Good. Well, we have some time ahead of us to explore how we stand in relation to our own mind. From the point of view of the tradition coming in Tibetan Buddhism, the tradition of Dzogchen, our mind itself, when it's left alone, is complete. It's entire unto itself. That's the meaning of Dzogpa Chempo, the great completion. Means there's no excess and there's no lack. Of course, when we are not quite awake to this or in touch with this or at ease in this, we find ourselves within our notion of our own personal identity. This is me, this is how I am. We look around, we see other people, we see that they're not the same as me, they do different things from me. Maybe I could try a bit of what they do and that would make me better. Or they seem to be happier than me, and therefore I've got too much of the wrong stuff and I need to trim it away. And so the ego self, or the aspect of our being present, which is self-reflexive. That is to say, it's always giving feedback loops to itself. How am I doing? Do I benefit myself with this? Do I harm myself with this? Leads into perpetual self-management, self-improvement, because there's always something to be done. Another way into looking at this is to just sit quietly for a moment, and we find that when we're not active, our mind continues to be active. Thoughts arise, feelings arise, sensations, memories, plans. There's a lot going on. It both feels like me and like not me. When we see it moving as our potential or as a kind of buffet of ourselves, do you need a seat? Are there any seats? Over here, there's something. So many things arising. Which of these aspects shall I choose? What will I constitute myself out of? So that I am both the momentarily arising patterning of what I take to be myself, and I am not. Because if I were truly identifying with this, and it was truly constitutive of myself, I, me, myself, I am, then it couldn't change. Because somehow underneath all the commotion and the movement and the turbulence of our feelings and our memories and our plans, there's a soft, subtle sense of, I've always been me. I'm just me. So this sense of there being a reference point, which is my own existence, a reference point which can be qualified by the nature of the moods and experiences we encounter, and yet is fundamentally unchanged. I've always been me. It's not a very difficult idea. It's kind of quite close to us. We tell our story. When I was 5, I did this. When I was 10, I did this, and so on. But somehow, even though all the details of the patterning of the manifesting of how I am doesn't seem to put into question the basic seeming continuity and reliability of I am. But this I am is actually quite turbulent. I am, what am I? I could be like this, I could be like that. We can define ourselves in many different ways. In fact, we do define ourselves in different ways when we encounter different people. You speak differently with children, with people at work, with older people. How we present our identity is mediated through the role ascribed to us by the current circumstances. So that is to say, the formation of who I take myself to be alters according to the environment I'm in. So the outer environment changes, we speak to different people, we see whether they're interested in us or not, and we smile a bit if they seem interested, and we look a bit sad if they're not interested. So our mood is going up and down because of the ungroundedness of the ego self. It's not settled. It's very fragile. In the tradition, they talk of the 6 realms of samsara, that there are many different possible sites where you could be born. And if you're in these environments, according to the patterning of events, you will be constituted in different ways. So I am a potential responding to circumstances, which is great. That's how we can link and make contact. But because this is dynamic and interactive, like an ongoing conversation, it means stability for the ego self is very difficult to achieve, because it is actually participative. So in that sense, we're living a kind of lie. I seem to be inside myself, just me, looking out of my senses. What will I do? How will I be? And yet how I will be depends on thee, because I'm connecting with you. So your mood and my emergence arise together. It's not something already present in myself. Oh, I'm not a thing. We have a lot of evidence for the fact that we're not a thing. And yet, on a bad day, you might feel you hate yourself. You might think you've fucked your life up. You haven't achieved the things you wanted to achieve. And so it appears, and it feels very profoundly to be true, that I can sum myself up. I've got the measure of myself. And that's when you experience the raw limitation of the ego. When in fact, I am taken out of myself by events. Now, if you come up and say, James, you're an arsehole, that may well shift my mood. So I will be taken out of myself, but in a direction I don't want to go in. So then I shall resist it in some way. And the fact that you have liberated me from the mood I was in previously, that your insult, if we call it that, your insult or your insight has, has opened a door to new possibilities of who I am, that's a blessing. That could really let me put into question, what is this constellation that I take to be enduring and reliable and the kind of basic texture and ground of myself? I am situationally emergent. That is to say, I don't exist prior to the situation. I am a participant in every situation I've been in my life. And so I'm co-emergent with these circumstances, and the continuity of myself is a retroflective move. It comes back to me like a boomerang after the event, not prior to the event. Does that relate to your experience? Because it's much easier to know what happened to you, past tense, full stop, that's ended, than what might be the case, or what's actually the case in the moment. So the summative conclusions you have about yourself are already dead. You're talking about ghosts. You're talking about somebody vanished, dead, gone. I used to be like that. Or even 1 minute ago, I said that. That's true, I said that. You may take what I say to be some kind of X-ray of me so that you feel you've got a handle on me, but I'm not saying the same thing now. I am unreliable. And I'm so unreliable that I'm ungraspable, except in terms of the illusion that you develop concerning who you might imagine I am. Because if you get me, you get yourself. You cannot catch me, but you can catch yourself. Because you can catch yourself by coming to a conclusion, he is like this, or he is like that, or he's talking in a funny way. Does that catch me? Because now the next moment's arising, and the next moment. So, when we reflect in this way, we see, I am not a fixed thing. That is to say, I'm not an existent. I'm not something or someone who exists in an ongoing, sequential way through different situations. I am part and parcel of the emergence of the interactive field. I am a field factor rather than a personal entity. So that's something you can really reflect on for yourself. When you have come to conclusions about your life, and you seem to know who you are, or be able to evaluate yourself in relation to how you evaluate other people, can you actually apprehend yourself? So, if I had two kinds of water, if I had water out of the tap and water out of a bottle, I could taste them both and make some comment that one was more sweet or that one tasted more fresh than the other, because I'm looking at this in relation to that. It would be very difficult to taste both waters if I put them into my mouth at the same time. So I have to do it sequentially. So I taste one water, it's like this. Now I taste the next water. It's different. It's different in comparison to, because when I'm tasting the second water, it's in my mouth, there's a phenomenological engagement there. The phenomena of the water and the capacity of the taste buds in my mouth are meeting. I prefer this to the other one. But where is the other one? It's a memory. It's not occurring in the same register. One is an immediate taste, and the other is my recollection of the taste. Not in the same modality. And yet we do this all the time. That's how we cheat ourselves, by comparing ideas with phenomena and preferring the ideas because they're more reliable. So we construct a world of concepts. In Buddhism, that's called samsara, because our experience is mediated through the interpretive concepts we have. And that's why we practice meditation. Meditation is an opportunity or a site where you can unload the burden of self-construction, where you can be more naked, more fresh, more available with the immediacy of how experience is arising. So rather than telling yourself a story about what the world is and how you experience it, you stay with the freshness that is occurring moment by moment. And then it's always gone. The fresh moment is always gone. You have nothing to compare. How many times in school did you have to write essays comparing a character in a play with another character in a play? This was a stupefying violence done unto you so that you could become a manipulator of concepts. You think you're on about something. What are you on about? You're on about deluding yourself that your idea of a character in a novel, who doesn't exist anyway, but that you can then compare that character with a character in another novel by the same author. Now, we say by the same author because the name on the front of both books is the same. But one book was written 5 years before the other. Is the author the same? You see? It's a very tricky world that we live in which permanence, identifiability, graspability, manipulation, thought construction all seems quite valid because we think we know what we're talking about. But actually, it's by talking about that we support the thinking about. Our world is expressive. I don't know what I think until I express it. We revealed to ourselves through our communication. We're not preformed inside, but we are present as a potential which, given the mood, the quality of connection with eyes, with someone else, brings about or constellates a particular form of manifestation. Does that make sense? So that's very radical, isn't it? I am co-emergent, and I don't emerge and then suddenly I'm there like Botticelli's Venus. I'm not fully formed in that moment, but I am emergent. This and this and this and this. And these emergent moments are non-cumulative. They're just this. However, when we try to think about how we are, it's difficult to stay with the completion or the fullness of the moment of revelation. Because stories are linear, one word after another. But when you gaze around the room, you see all togetherness. Everyone's arising together, all at onceness. And then you try to describe it, and it's very difficult. When you go outside and you look at these big trees, you can see 100,000 leaves in one glance. But if you were to describe them, it would take a long, long time. Linearity is an obscuration to the immediacy of the all at once, which is how we participate in the world. So this is the function of Dzogchen, the great completion, is to help us to come to a state where we start to see without looking for something. Ordinarily, we are looking all the time. We're checking things out. We're comparing and contrasting. So we don't actually see the immediacy of the field as it occurs because we already have a biased tilt. We're looking for something. We're looking for recognition of people, or people who might fascinate us in some way, or people who might annoy us in some way. And so there is a partiality that is brought to our experience of the field. Do you think that might be true? So my bias is part of my egoic construction of the world for me. And if I'm making the world for me on my terms, it's going to be a bit tedious and boring because I can't step out of it, because I am the limit of my experience if it's always mediated through me. So the practice, the meditation practices we'll be doing together are largely concerned with dropping this developed superstructure, the artifice, the constructedness of the mediating concepts that we apply, so that we can see directly, hear directly. We hear sound, but you don't hear sound. You hear my words. You hear my words. That seems obvious. But you don't. You hear sound and you interpret my words, but because the interpretation and the hearing are so close together, they're merged into a kind of fog. And of course, words are very tasty for us. We are all addicted to words, to concepts. We swim in this sea of narrative lines, of storylines. And we don't hear sound. So in the tantric tradition, when people make use of mantras, there are many different kinds of mantras, but the most important value of mantras is that they're meaningless. They're meaningless sounds, which become meaningful because in their meaninglessness, they slough off the covering of cognitive value. So you get all kind of weird sounds like clang, cling, ding, 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 ding. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Why you spend all these years in a cave going ding, ding, ding? Because it's going nowhere. Don't you want to get somewhere? Don't you want to do something with your life? For God's sake, get on with it. You're going to die. What are you going to achieve? So you can accumulate more, building up pictures, building up competences. There's nothing wrong with that in itself, but the function that it has is the artifice always involves additional ingredients. You're adding spices, you're adding memories, you're adding hopes and fears, so that what you taste is already enriched or contaminated by the trace elements that are moving through your psyche at any one time. You know, if you're in a bad mood and you think about something, you're going to have a different experience than if you're in a relaxed, good mood, because your availability to whatever it would be will be mediated through your mood. Go to a restaurant, say you arrange to go meet someone in a restaurant, and on the way there somebody phones you and gives you some bad news. When you arrive, you're not available. You're already preoccupied. Now, in an example like that, you can understand, oh yeah, this is some big thing has happened, there's some disturbance. But on a much more subtle level, we're always preoccupied. But because we are habituated to this preoccupation, to these usual constituents of who I take myself to be, it's very difficult to catch them, because they're operating in me as me. I'm merged into my image of myself. So when we read the text, it says your mind is like the sky. Sounds nice. But our experience is my mind is like clouds. Some clouds are high and wispy, others are dark and full of rain or storms. But we're always full of something. There's always something going on. So the first thing we might want to do is to do just a little bit of simple sitting practice, shamatha practice, or shine practice, practice for calming the mind, for staying calm. Now, there are two ways of looking at this. I am agitated. I'm busy with all sorts of things. Therefore, I need to support myself in calming down. I'm going to do a meditation to help make myself be more calm. Embedded in this is a notion of agency, in which I am both subject and object. I'm going to act on myself to shift myself to become another kind of self, a better kind of self, the kind of self I would like to be. That's called fool's gold. You know, you're chasing illusion there because what you've just done is put a huge weight on your shoulders. Once again, it's all up to you. You have to learn to manage yourself. You're all over the place, and this is not so good. So here is how you can learn to control yourself. Is this a gift or a curse? From the point of view of Dzogchen, it's a bit of a curse. Why? What is my mind? What is the starting place? We consider ourselves and we think, oh, I'm all over the place. Lots is going on. I'm not very calm. That's my starting place. I'm busy, distracted, quickly engaged in things that are not really interesting for me, but I just find myself taken up in them. That's my starting place. Okay? From the point of view of Dzogchen, don't start there. You will always have a messy mind. Some of you have been doing meditation of various kinds for many, many years, and I imagine you still have fairly messy minds. Why is that? Because if you didn't have a messy mind, you'd be useless. How would you respond to other people? It is the possibility of movement and reactivity that brings about the connection, compassion, kindness. If you stayed in a self-sealed bubble of yourself, it may be gorgeous inside, but you're useless outside. If you're going to connect with others, you have to be touched and moved. Touched and moved on their terms, not your terms. So, over control of your self-constellation is a world devoid of kindness. To be kind is to be taken out of yourself by privileging the need of the other. It disturbs the seeming integrity of the ego self. So what we want here is a middle way that says, okay, if each of us are sitting here, we've been here for about half an hour. During that half hour, lots of things have occurred. Sensation in your body, people coming into the room, looking for a place to sit, things I've been saying, and so on. All of this flowing through. So in that sense, each of us is a kind of arena or a site where there is a stream of experience. Some of that experience I call I, me, myself, and some of it I call you, or a dog barking, or a sound of a car. Many things are occurring and vanishing. Experience coming and going, coming and going. That's only possible if it keeps going. I'm sure you've all been in a traffic jam on a big road like the M25, and the cars are not moving. You see the sign up, 60 miles an hour, then it goes 40 miles an hour, then 20 miles an hour, and then you feel a little bit sick. It's going to be a long journey. That's what a traffic jam is. It's much easier when it's all moving because it's fresh. New things are arising as you go along the road. Same way in our life. When you're fresh, the flow of experience is unimpeded. I am the site of an unimpeded flow of experience, And when my life becomes problematic or difficult, when I get depression or anxiety, or I feel insecure and keep putting my life into question, I start to go into little whirlpools, little spirals inside myself, and the free movement gets interrupted because I'm neither fully relaxed in myself nor fully connected with what's outside. I'm in a kind of limbo area. Half an hour sitting, experiences flowing. I am the site of the flow of experience. That's an openness. If you were blocked, if you were a limited container, how much could you put in it? You cannot put a liter of water into this glass. It's not possible, it'll just flow over the top. It can only contain so much. Each of us will have experiences in our life when we had it up to here. And you thought, listen, fuck off, back off, leave me alone. I don't want to hear another word from you. I've had enough. Overwhelm. I'm at the limit of my capacity. That is the ego. That is our self-construct, which very definitely has limits. Awareness doesn't have limits like that. So when we're doing even this basic meditation, we want to ease ourselves from identification with the starting point, I am here, I am going to meditate, I am the doer of the deed, towards a more relaxed and receptive position. This is occurring. This is occurring. Occurrence, occurrence, happenstance. We don't know what's going to occur. It just happens, it arises and vanishes. That's the flow of our experience. I'm here, I'm not in charge, but I'm also not at the mercy of what is occurring. So we begin the practice by just sitting quietly, and then in your own time you can gently bring the focus of your attention to this part of your upper lip where you can experience the subtle sensation of the breath going in and out. The breath is always going in and out. You're not making it happen. What you're doing is allowing your attention to make a subtle sensation, which is usually in the background, you're allowing it to become foreground. It's figural for your experience. So you're not actually doing meditation or making it happen. You're simply, by gathering your focus, allowing an aspect of how the field reveals itself to manifest more directly for you. Does that make sense? And then we rest our attention on the breath. Don't try to force your attention. It's not something you have to do. The attention just is there. Attention is a quality we have. We know that if we're reading a book or watching a movie that you like, you give your attention into it to an extent that you merge into it. Here we don't want to merge into the object, but just to rest our attention on this flow of sensation. Very relaxed. The biggest problem with meditation is trying to achieve things, trying to push through, to get to the other side, to get to somewhere better. And we often do that without having first paid attention to how it is. Here we are, breathing in and out. It's not a dangerous thing to do, just very easy. Oh, this is my life. If the breathing stops, we're dead. So this breath, subtle, usually disregarded, not elevated, is actually the functional dynamic basis of our being in the world. So this is a wonderful thing. Bring your attention onto your breath, the flow of your life. If you find that your mind goes off, as soon as you're aware of that, just very gently bring it back. Not blaming yourself, not trying to do better, but just very gently letting the attention settle on the breath. The truly important aspect of this kind of practice is non-violence. Because if you force an experience to occur, if you're making something happen, then you're doing something. If you're going to cook, you're in the kitchen, you've got some vegetables, whatever, and what you need then is a knife. Chefs have to have a knife. Chop, 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 chop. Chop big pieces, small pieces, long pieces, thin pieces, whatever kind of piece you want, but you chop, chop, chop. It's a violence. Cooking is a violence. It says, I'm going to turn you into what I want. You may be happy as a courgette. You were growing on a little plant, little flower blossoming there, but I'm not interested in you for you. I'm interested in you for me. And that entitles me to be violent, without any concern about you. Chop, chop, chop. So when we see that we are actually quite violent creatures, acting on the world to cook it and shape it and spice it so that it tastes good for me, we see how intensely, deeply self-referential we are. If you look at a courgette, it's an amazing surface to it. If you just slice the end, it's this amazing tacky, sticky liquid is coming out of it. It's speaking, it has life blood. Amazing. Yeah, but I'm interested in eating and I want to cook. So then you see how blind we are to the world because we're looking for something we're not seeing. Seeing only happens when the light comes in your eye. You receive the world, and you receive the world in its rich complexity beyond thought. But looking is different, because I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at you, and each looking has a particular shaping. So I'm looking for different things in different people. Proactive, selective attention. Whereas seeing is just receiving. So when we do this practice, although we have a focus of attention, we simply want to see or be present with the pulsation of the air as it moves in and out of the nostrils. That's all. We don't have to do anything with it. We don't have to have any commentary on it. The breath will continue. We can be with the breath or be distracted moving here and there. So when we want to come back to the breath, very gently settle on the breath and just hear. Okay, shall we try this for a while? So sit in a comfortable way. You want your, your spine to be holding your body weight so that the muscles can go free, diaphragm to be free to move. Usually with this kind of practice, we're looking down the line of our nose. The tongue is resting on the hard upper palate. Elbows are a little turned out. One palm resting on top of the other. And you're sitting, you're breathing, and you're with your breath. So the breath comes and goes, and it's ungraspable. It's a dynamic movement in and out, in and out. You can't really fall into it because it's always moving on. But you can fall into a thought or a feeling or another kind of body sensation. And we know what that's like. It's as if we merge into the object. This is possible because the subject itself has no content, and therefore it can be filled with whatever is currently occurring for itself. We've all experienced being very happy in our lives at certain times, being very sad, being angry, being irritated, frustrated. These emotions can completely suffuse seemingly the entire territory of our presence. And then they thin and something else is occurring. But it's that fusional moment which often occurs in the meditation. That's how we're carried away by a thought. We go into it, it becomes a vehicle. So instead of staying still with the movement, we merge into the movement. There are no mistakes in meditation. There's always something to learn. Because when you are carried away by something, there's a kind of comforting intensity in it. It's like being wrapped in something. But there's a lostness of your immediate context. You've vanished into a little wormhole. How is that possible? We can identify with anything. Now that the elections are coming in Britain, you can hear these politicians making the most idiotic propositions, which they merge into and try to convince other people to be true. They believe them. People believe in all sorts of things. So now, certainly on the radio, there's a lot about D-Day and the anniversary of the movement of the British and American and some French troops into Normandy to push back the Germans. Germans are bad, we are good, we have to push them back so that they will stop doing their bad things. Why are the Germans bad? Because they followed Hitler. Why did they follow Hitler? Many, many complex reasons, including the nature of the Treaty of Versailles and the lack of a clear conclusion at the end of the First World War. And before that, there was Bismarck, and before that, there was the unification of the German states, and before that, there are many, many things. These are stories without any beginning. But you listen to the radio, and you have D-Day, this special day, the Queen's crying, the King is looking grand and fully there, dignity. The beginning of history, a special moment. This is punctuation. Little bit of capital letters and comma to separate this moment from any other moment. But actually, all the moments are moving together. It's movement and patterning, the patterning of movement. So we see this again and again. You see it with all these horrors in the Middle East. This story of the conflict between these groups goes back a long, long way. And these conflicts are acted out without any attention to history. So the starting point is Hamas are bad. They are terrorists. Basic fundamental knowledge, that's all you need to know. Terrorists do bad things. These are terrorists. They'll do bad things. You have to get rid of them. So if you sit inside that storyline, it's pretty obvious what you have to do. But there are many other storylines that will also join the dots and create different pictures. So this is our mind. When we sit in the meditation and you're carried off on little patterns of thoughts, you're constructing particular interpretations of the world. And you fall into them. And this makes sense. And this seems to be the case. and then it's gone, and then it's gone. We are vulnerable to identification with transient patterns as if they were revelations of the true meaning and value of life. So when we see that, D-Day, we have to defeat the Germans because the Germans are Nazis. Until 1945 and Berlin, and the Russians are arriving in Berlin, and there's certain consternation because maybe the Russians won't just stop at Berlin, maybe they keep expanding. So we say, please, Mr. Stalin, stop, have a rest, have a holiday. Stalin looks with not such a friendly face now. Stalin is our enemy. Who will be our friend? The good German people. So we unite with the good German people and we get the Marshall Plan and we stand shoulder together, and here is Adenauer, a man with the purest history possible. Maybe, maybe. Huh? Story, fiction, invention, bent for our purposes. No truth available, only stories. In Buddhism, this is called relative truth. Relative truth, that is to say, what we take to be true is relative to the circumstances. Everything is up for grabs. Why would we grab it? Do we need it? We have spent a lot of our lives falling into storylines, working hard, getting through exams, getting a job, finding relationships, and so on. Patterns have emerged, which fitted for a while due to causes and circumstances, and then they didn't fit. So relationships break up, and then kids don't have parents readily available, and so on. We've experienced all these patterns in which we have been unreliable. This is not a from the point of view of Buddhist teaching, this is not a personal fault. This is the structural fault of imagining that your ego self could be so powerful that it would shape the world on its own terms, rather than take its place as a participant in a moving field of dynamic engagement. We can take a place, and the place we take will change and change and change. So we have to be present, connected, plastic, malleable, responsive. So when we do the meditation practice and we experience ourselves getting distracted and falling into patterns, we're already in the pattern before you knew it was happening. That's why you go off on a little zip, a little riff, and then you go back into following the breath, and then you go off, and then you go off. I get lost. I get lost in some of the content which is going on. So this is a very interesting thing to attend to. I get lost. I am unreliable, unstable, and I get lost. Put that on your CV. Because if you know that is how you are, it's not pejorative, it's not negative, it's not self-attacking, you're just noticing, oh, this is how the self arises. The self claims to be stable and reliable, yet it is not. It is a lie or an untruth or a fiction. And so we look back on the course of our lives and many different events have occurred, events we've believed in, and then the belief has kind of washed out of them. We no longer can believe in them. So that certain factors of our experience were central. We seem to be have some solid ground under our feet. This is what I believe in. This is what I really want to do. And then we find our work is not so interesting, or you get a new boss at work and you think, why am I here? And before, you were in a cocoon, you're encapsulated in a world of meaning, and you have good colleagues, and the wind blows and the house falls down and the wolf is ready to eat you. It's just like that. I'm sure we've all experienced this kind of situation. So the question then is, what do I rely on? What do I take refuge in? And generally in Buddhism, we begin by taking refuge in the Buddha, which is the possibility of awakening, that someone has awakened, somebody has seen a different version of this storyline that we get caught up in. It sees that it's an illusion. We don't have to follow it. So in the traditional story of Siddhartha, when he went to sit under the Bodhi tree, and he makes a commitment to himself, I'm not going to move, I'm not going to react to anything, leans down, touches the earth, earth, be my witness, you don't move, I won't move. And then these provocations arise in his mind, traditionally called the maras, like demonic forms or intense forms of experience, seductive forms, desireful, lustful forms, fearful forms, angry forms. And he's just sitting. This is occurring, and I'm here. But I'm not here as a participant in the drama of interaction on the basis of I'm real, you're real. The Buddha's there with the sense that I don't have to participate. I don't have to get involved. Remember, before that, he spent 6 years, some texts say 7 years, wandering on the banks of the Naranjana River, which is a sandy river near Gaya, hot, doing all kind of ascetic practices, starving himself, doing this typical thing, holding your hands up for hours, days on end, mortification of the flesh, so that when a sensation arises and you want to fulfill it, you don't. The problem with that, of course, is it creates an internal splitting. There is my sensation and my willpower will dominate whatever provocation arises. But then you're divided against yourself, and you're never going to escape from duality if you feed duality as your spiritual path. So when he relented from that, and he collected this kusha grass, cut it down and put it on a stone to make a comfortable seat, and the girl from the village brought him some sweetened rice, some kheer, and he ate that, and he had pleasure. And before all these years of ascetic practice, no pleasure. Pleasure is the enemy. Now he has some pleasure. Not so bad. The bowl is empty. Even the good things are impermanent. The bad things are impermanent. And so he's sitting, and wonderful images arise seductively in his mind and vanish. Horrifying images arise in his mind and vanish. The good and the bad all vanish. And he's just sitting. Who is sitting? No one is sitting. The one who is sitting is not someone. And this is the whole possibility of liberation, that our identity, our self-construct, our certainty that we know who we are, that we can give a narrative account of who we are, that we can describe our tendencies, our history, our personality, all of this is a fiction, like a novel, like a play, like a movie. It's a construct. It's not the truth, because it arises and dissolves. It's always dissolving, and yet we're here. So, who are we here as our story of who we are is vanishing? We're here, we haven't died, but our storylines, our rising and passing, arising and passing. I am not a story, and yet I am a story. When I engage as a storyline in the field of stories, that is not the whole of me. And if I sit without being caught up, snarled in these storylines, and allow them just to vanish, I'm here. But what am I here as? No one is here. I'm here. I'm not a what. I'm not a who. So this is the basic Buddhist notion of the possibility of freeing ourselves from reactive hooking, immersion in a turbulent field of experience, some of which is pleasant and some of which is unpleasant. That is to say, the space of awareness, the space in which we simply register the arising and passing of experience, that space is our heart. That space is our core, if you like. That is the basis of our existence. It's very difficult to describe what it is. There are many different words which have developed in the Buddhist tradition for it. One is emptiness, or shunyata, mahashunyata, means nothing at all. It doesn't mean nothing in a kind of the sense of oblivion. It's more nothing you can grasp, no thingness, non-reification. If there is nothing there, then grasping will find nothing. So there is no purchase for our ego self, which pulls itself into existence through aligning itself with particular storylines. I like this. Do you like this? Oh, good. That's great. We got something in common. It's how we build up storylines with people and think someone's a friendly person or that we can relate to them. Here we are. We could be friends. And some other thought arises, some other mood arises. It's unpredictable. I am the space of experience, and that space has no substance. All substances, or seeming substances, or illusions of substance arise in the space which has no top or bottom, no east or west, the infinite space of awareness. And we'll go into this more and more over the next days, and I hope I can find a way to make this clearer to you and how to look at this and open to this in yourself. But what we can see is that the things that we say about ourselves, that we believe about ourselves, which seem basic, irreducible, definitive, this is who I am, are untrue. They are statements about something. The something has already vanished. The statement is now vanishing. Everything I say about myself is a lie because it doesn't reach me. It's a story about a self-construct. But I am not a self-construct. You are not a self-construct. You construct yourself, but you are not a self-construct. So, when you meet people here maybe for the first time, and you introduce yourself and they say, where have you come from? Was your journey easy or whatever? We're throwing out little storylines so that we can weave some little moments of contact, contiguity together. And then it's gone. Then it's gone. What is established? John's an artist. What does that mean? He likes to paint. He makes a lot of money out of painting. He can't paint. We don't know. But he's an artist. You found out something about John. Empty words. How could you sum someone up? You know, one of the real horrors of the Second World War was tattooing numbers on people's arms, reducing people to an identity which could be put in a register so that you knew where they were. We are not numbers. We are not items. We are not commodities. Although in commodity capitalism, we have to participate in order to earn money and so on. We have to place ourselves inside these organizational structures of institutions. But we are not numbers. You can never catch anyone. If you've had children, you will know that this is true. You cannot catch your children. When they were very small, it was a bit easier because they couldn't answer back. But as soon as their little mouth can say things, they slip away. And their beginning of freedom is when they can lie to you and you don't know they're lying. Secrecy is freedom. And that's a very profound fact, isn't it? Because it means you cannot know that whether my story is true or untrue. It's just a story. It's about believing. Stories start to shine if you believe in them. You go to the movies and after 5 minutes you're thinking, I've wasted my money. This is crap. How could I believe in it? Or with another movie, it catches you and you're in it and you think, oh, that was really good. And we know what it's like, how you feel enriched by the complexity of the story, the quality of the acting. It's like a massage internally. We like that. It gives us a more pliant sense of ourselves, and then it vanishes. It's always just moments. So when in Buddhism, when you read the Theravadan text, basic text, saying non-grasping, non-attachment, it means if you attach yourself to something, the fault lies in the absence of something to attach to. So in the Theravadan tradition, they talk about the 5 skandhas or the 5 heaps, which is a way of analyzing persons, pudgala, people. So they have form, they have feelings, positive, negative and neutral, perception, associations, consciousness. And when these 5 factors operate together, it generates the quality of presence that we call a person, a man, a woman, a boy, a girl. But basic teaching is saying there is an absence of inherent existence in the person. They are an image generated by the juxtaposition and the dynamic interaction of these factors. Here we have beside me some kind of little table or chair. So we see it's got 4 legs and some kind of top. We can take it apart. We can lay out the pieces of wood. Then it's just wood. When you bring the pieces of wood together in that pattern, at a certain point, as they're being brought together, the outer patterning of the pieces of wood parallels a mental formation, a gestalt, a completion, where we think, oh, it's a table or it's a small chair. That is a mental conclusion. The chairness of the chair rests in the concept of the chair. Otherwise, it's a bit of firewood. Or if we had a fire and we couldn't get out the door, we pick this up and we smash the window and try to get out that way. Or we get really pissed off with each other and we use it to beat each other to pulp. Mass murder at Emerson College. Why not? Oh, we don't do that. But that is the imagination. All of these are imaginal acts. Now, imagining you turn it into a weapon to kill people, think, whoa, that's a walk on the wild side. To imagine that it's just a stool, that doesn't seem like an act of the imagination. That seems like an accurate perception. So if you can see, oh, I'm imagining that, and it is a conventional imagining which is likely to be shared by everyone else who is here. That is to say, we have been entrained into group forms of identification, and we believe that they are true. Sometimes these group formations are out of hope, sometimes they're out of fear. Ukraine is part of Russia. That is obvious. If you're Russian and you want to live in Russia and you don't want the police knocking on your door, it's obvious. Ukraine is part of Russia. That's an interpretation. And if it's fueled by fear and anxiety and a desire to get promotion at work and to be on the inside, then you find a way of aligning yourself with that proposition, even although there might be some trepidation inside you. You sell your soul for a mess of pottage. Because it's an imaginal act. Whether Ukraine is Russian or not Russian, that is decided by mental activity. Because the tanks follow mental activity. The bombs come out of the sky because of mental activity. The drones are led by mental activity. As the Buddha says in the Dhammapada, the mind comes first. Just as surely as the wheel turns and the track follows along, so our intentionality to maintain the notion of an ego self will have us entrained, directed into these pathways of shared belief. My mind is choreographed by forces I am often not aware of. I find myself believing in things because they're kind of in the ether, they're in the zeitgeist, that's the sort of thing we get into. For a while. And then it's gone. In my life, I have had many shocks. And one of them occurred when I was in India and I saw my first punk. This was a woman with green hair and safety pins in her cheeks. Now, I was an old hippie. And I was surprised. Why would you not want to be a hippie? Why would you want to be a punk? But this person did not want to be a hippie, they wanted to be a punk. What a mystery, what a shock. And then I came back to Britain and I found not many hippies left. There was a punkification of Great Britain. The zeitgeist, the mood of the time shifted. And without doing anything all by myself, I moved from the inside to the outside. You can look on your life and you've experienced this kind of thing. It seemed like the truth. It seemed like how it is. And it was gone. These are mental formations. So the beginning point of Buddhist practice is to see it is always the mind. Whenever we think that something is settled, established, fixed, reliable, this is arising on the basis of an interpretation, and the interpretation rests on certain axioms and assumptions, unexamined propositions, which become like the fundamental building blocks that you then proceed from. Which is why, going back to the process of observing the breath as it moves in and out, my life is movement. If the movement of the breath stops, I die. I am. This is me. I am movement. But I am. Very interesting. You see directly, I am movement. If the breath doesn't come from the big world into me, I die. If the breath doesn't come out of me into the big world, I die. I am part of the big world. I am. I'm not you. Don't you? I'm not you. I'm me. It's not true. It's not true. We are in it together. We're breathing in the air that other people have breathed out. We take it for granted. What was inside your lungs is coming out and now going into someone else's lungs and going into someone else's lungs and going into someone else's lungs. Ugh. My autonomy is not established. I do not have autonomy except as a concept. I think of myself as a separate being, but my life is my participation in this interactive field. So this is the beginning point of our practice, to start to observe more and more the dynamic of being in the world with others. That we drink and we pee, we eat and we shit, we hear and we respond, we feel hunger and we go to get something to eat, we get the food and we get a knife and a fork or a spoon or whatever, and we respond to the food. That's what we do. We are engaging, responding, participating. Our life is being with, not being apart. So from the Buddhist point of view, samsara, or the engine which drives repeated existences in different possibilities of becoming, this arises on the basis of the false notion of being a separate entity, an existent who has their own existence. Our existence is not ours. Our life is not ours. So last year, in the early spring, I went into the hospital to have a meeting. I was told, oh, you're not seeing the consultant, you're seeing the professor. Okay, seeing the professor, of course. Clearly recognized that I'm an important person. So I sat down and he said, I have some bad news for you. So, couldn't I just see the nurse instead? So then he said, you have this cancer, it's a very active, dangerous kind of cancer, you need to do something. This is my body, my body. I didn't give it permission to have cancer. Who put that cancer there? Karma. We'll get karma. So my life, not my life, my luck. That's how it is. Some people are healthy all through their life. Some people are sick for many, many years. We have a luck. Something happens. The happenstance of the interaction of these factors is our manifest existence, if we call it an existence. But it's not a personal possession. So again and again, when you listen to yourself describing your life or thinking about how you are, you can see, oh, I am fabricating a delusion that I have my life, I am an agent, I'm in charge of my life, I make decisions, I can make my life the way I want it to be. And that is not very accurate. We have some purchase on the world. We have some capacity to work with circumstances, to influence the patterning of events, but we don't have total power. Life happens to us. Life manifests through us. So how do we take our place in that? The first thing is to see it is dynamic. If we keep looking for static things and coming to a conclusion, then we make it very difficult to actually stay with the revelation of experience moment by moment. So we'll have some food soon. We don't know what the kitchen is going to be like. You get some food, you have some food, you say, oh, not bad food. Why? Why are we judging the food? What is the register for the evaluation of food? When you see how many judgments you make in the course of a day, and that these judgments are based on a reification, that is to say, the imputation of an inherent reality in these formations, that provides the basis for your evaluation, for the attribution of qualities, which, once you have attributed them to the object according to your experience of the object, you then take to be inherent in the object. Oh, I don't like this food. This is going to be hard. Oh, God knows what they do in that kitchen. So there is something there and I don't like it, or I do like it. But let's say I don't like it. I know what it is. Other people are happily eating it. So if they're happily eating it and they don't find it difficult, why do I? It's immediately showing us, this is my mind. This is not the food. This is my mind. I am evaluating it. What are my criteria? I'm taking criteria from the past, from other situations, and I'm bringing them here, an unnecessary importation, and on the basis of that, I'm solidifying my actual experience, when in fact the spoon went in the food, went in your mouth, chomp, 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 and swallow. The food was innocent. You put it on your spoon and you chewed it mercilessly, spitting your saliva into it. Then, you did that. You destroyed the food. The cook spent hours preparing the food and you chopping and cutting and eating. This is how it revealed itself. Each spoonful was like some death song. I'm fading, darling. Into the darkness I go. It's experience. What are you grasping at? What are you putting the conclusion on? Your conclusion is a judgment on your feeling, on your sensation, on how the food is for me. But I take it to be an objective and accurate account of the nature of the food. Do you see the difference? So if you do that, if you objectify experience, you somehow isolate yourself from the emergent moment, and it's as if you're standing on a plinth looking down on the world and attributing value. And it's not true. It's not true. The taste of the food emerges with your participation. The color, the smell coming into your mouth, the revelation of the taste as the structure of the food breaks down. It's a process of exchange. Process. From morning to night process. In your dreams process. This and that, like illusions dancing in the breeze. And the more we see this, the more we see strong conclusions are a kind of madness, a kind of disease, because they're trying to put the brakes on and stop the process and say, this is it, this is how it is. But it's just a moment of interpretation. So this is our practice. Once we start to be a little bit more attentive to this, whatever we do, whether we're putting your shoes on, walking down the stairs, going into the place for food, or checking your tent before the evening comes, you are interacting. Your tent is, some of the land is flat, some is on the slope, so you have to think, do I want my head going at the top of the slope or at the bottom of the slope or sideways on the slope? There are endless numbers of little decisions to be made for your comfort. That is to say, you're working with the circumstances of your tent and the field. So if you see that, oh, participation, participation, participation. I am in-worlded. I'm not in an island. I'm not an autonomous being apart who may or may not choose to step forth into the world. I am in-worlded. I'm already in the world, the way a fish is swimming in the sea. And I'm moving in this world of revelation, of color and shape and taste. And then we start to see how meditation might have a meaning. Because if the world is constituted of fixed entities, and it just really is like this, then meditation's a kind of skin cream. It might soften the surface, but it won't allow you to see the fundamental structure. There is nothing to grasp. But if you stay in the flow, it's good. It's like swimming in the sea. You can't stop swimming in the sea. You have to keep working with the sea. But it's not a punishment. You're just swimming in the sea. As you move, the sea moves. The water moves with you. The water propels you, you propel the water. That's eating your food. The food, the smell and the hunger in you collaborate, take you to the food. It's just like swimming in the sea. We're in it. We're already in it. So in Buddhist technical language, it's called non-duality. There are not two things, not subject and object, not self and other, but dynamic participation within. Okay, so we take a break here. We can check your tents and so on, and then we have food. And I think it's just a quiet evening of settling in. And if I'm out and about and you want to have a chat, you just say hello and we can have a chat. Okay, very nice to see you here. Okay, so yesterday we touched a bit on this quiet sitting, focusing on the breath as an approach to experiencing non-distraction. It's very nice, but it seems to be increasingly rare to see young people, especially boys, reading a book. If you recall when you were young, reading a book, and you vanish into the story, and there's some kind of skin that forms around you, there's just you and the story, and whatever else is going on doesn't impede you or invade your space. That's a form of non-distraction. It's non-distraction through absorption into something else. So it's as if the subject goes into the object, and because the object has an organization, it's a story which has been published, so there's a flow that you can stay with. Nowadays, young people are more likely to be involved with something on their mobile phone, with games of various kinds. Many of the games have great sophistication in them, many sounds and images moving very quickly with an intention to gain points, to score, and so on. So there you see with the child a resistance to being taken out of the game. They have to finish it. But it's an absorption into excitement, which is very different from absorption into calm and reading a book. When we do this simple practice of resting our attention on the breath, it's a kind of middle way between these two. We're not absorbed into something and cocooned from the world, but nor are we in reactivity to things that generate a sense of interest and excitement. Rather, we find ourselves doing something which is, in a sense, very boring. There is nothing for us to do except to not lose the balance on that point. Now, if you were practicing some basic acrobatic technique and you had a rope and you strung it between two trees at a height of 0.5 meters, You could wobble and fall off and it wouldn't be too dangerous. If you were going on a rope over the Niagara Falls, it would be very different. So, from the Buddhist point of view, when we consider we are going to die, we don't know what our future is going to be, we don't know what factors are going to act on our experience, and we see all over the world there have been suddenly erupting disturbances in people's lives, like in North Nigeria, when the Boko Haram go into schools in the middle of the night, take 200 girls. They're off in the forest, cut off from their parents, subjected to all kind of rape and indignity. Sudden eruption into the world, or the invasion of a country. Or in London, for example, we have a lot of knife crime. People are just out and suddenly somebody sticks a knife in them. So from one moment to the next, the seeming stability of your world can collapse. And when we think, may all sentient beings be happy, may good things happen to all beings, and we open these pathways of connectivity to others, then we start to feel, oh, that could happen to us. The people it's happening to are not strangers, somebody else out there. They are an aspect of my world. So my world is a vulnerable world. So it's not to induce a kind of fearful paranoia. It's more to have the sense the situation I'm in is unstable. In the Tibetan language, the word for this world is Dzogchen. Jig means to fall apart or to be destroyed, and ten means a site or the place. So this is the place where things fall apart. That's an amazing way of configuring your world. Everything changes. What you think will be the case appears to persist for a while, and then it's transformed, it's changed. So when we consider that, when we sit to do the practice, there is something at stake. There is quite a lot at stake, because we have an opportunity in the midst of lives where, for many of us, there are a lot of demands coming, a lot of pressures to do this for someone and do that for someone else. We open the space where we can just control the variables or avoid the impingement of many of the variables that normally push on our lives, and just be a bit open and focused. These are rare and precious opportunities. And therefore, getting distracted is stealing from us the chance of seeing how it is, or awakening, or letting the light in. So we probably have experienced a lot of distraction in our lives. We may not experience very much clarity, simply an entrainment into reactivity to the various requirements of staying alive, holding our life together. But this familiarity carries with it a sense of hopelessness. So if we go back to the basic approach of Buddhism, we start with two things: refuge. We take refuge in the Buddha, which is the possibility of awakening. And we take that refuge with the sense of being surrounded by our friends, our enemies, our relatives, all sentient beings. We all want to have this refuge, not just for us. And then the next aspect of that is the bodhisattva vow, or the bodhisattva intention. In this and all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of others. That is to say, being alive, having this embodied existence, is meaningful because we are needed. We are needed. There are many people whose situation is very difficult. When you see in the fields the sheep and the cows, the crows, the little blue tits flying around, these creatures can do very little for developing their insight. because they're under the power of instincts, of hunger, of fear of predators, checking things out all the time. So when we link ourselves to all sentient beings and we have the sense of, I will help them, I will do my best for them, that makes each moment of our life meaningful and also carrying the requirement that we are available. So when we sink into our habit formations, our self-absorption, we're not available. We need to finish this. I need, oh, the sun's shining, I better hang the washing out in the garden. Yeah? So you could integrate hanging washing with your practice, going to the toilet with your practice, preparing your food with your practice. Everything can be integrated into the practice. Because if you make your practice something special and unique and you put it on one side, there will be always be other things that come first. So when we get a chance to simply focus on doing the practice, and we're doing it on behalf of all sentient beings, that's a kind of shoehorn. It eases you into the importance and value of the practice. In a world of distraction, I will not be distracted. I will stay calm and focused so that I will see. Yesterday we touched on the difference between looking for something, having an idea in our mind before an event as to what will be important or as to what I should direct my attention towards, and simply seeing what occurs. When we get distracted, we are caught up in something because it has a valency, a charge for us, either positive or negative. And this quality of resonance in the arising thought or feeling or sensation pulls us into relational connection. And so we follow after the things that make us happy. We try to get rid of the things that don't make us happy. The function of the practice is to avoid reactivity. A lot is occurring, and what I'm doing is I'm like a snail drawing in my horns. I'm not going to vibrate to occurrences in the world, and many things may be occurring, but they're not occurring for me, because the for me is a choice. If I open to them, I will start to react, but they can also just be there. And just as, I was in the garden earlier and watching the little birds, very busy with their own affairs. They're clearly up to something. They're doing this, doing that. Good luck. Nothing to do with me. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know that I would be able to fly like that in the sky, but they do that. Good luck. We don't need to react. We just think, oh, they look lovely. So in a similar way, in your meditation, many events and occurrences arise, nothing to do with me. Because for these purposes, I am the site of focused attention. So you're gathering yourself into a simplified notion of who you are and how you are. No? Oh. Is it the subject or the object? So we bring our attention to the sensation here at our nostrils, and we rest our attention on that. That's all we have to do. This is your job. A lot is resting on you carrying out your job. In wartime, there are people looking at radar screens to see if there's any enemy attack coming into our area. It's very important that these people stay attentive to what happens in the screen. They shouldn't be too excited, but they shouldn't fall asleep. So we have a similar thing. Nothing much is happening, but it's important that we stay focused on that. The function of the practice is to be still. That we can be still in the midst of movement. We don't have to move with movement. So there's a letting go or a disconnecting with our usual pattern of reactivity. And the reactivity arises because we think it must be something to do with us. So we had a phone ringing. We hear the tone and we think, oh, thank God that's not my phone. So we don't need to get anxious or mobilized. It's someone else's business. So it's exactly that principle for this practice. Experiences arise, not our ringing tone. No reason to go into a reverberation with it. It's just something. Just something. It's moving from interesting, valuable, do I need more of it, do I need less of it, to just stuff. The mind is full of stuff, arising and passing. And my focus is on the breath. And then we become still. That is to say, non-reactive, which is a kind of first level of freedom. I don't have to. I have a choice, and I'm not making a conscious choice as I normally would be, by seeing the qualities of what's arising and then thinking, how does that pertain to me? Is that good for me? Is that bad for me? Then I'm doing a kind of stillness on the base of a sort of triage or sorting out the importance on the object side. We're not going to do that. What we do is, by keeping the attention simply on the breath, the quality of the object becomes irrelevant. Whether it's seemingly good and you would normally want more of it, or seemingly bad and you would normally not want more of it, it's just stuff. It's just stuff. And we know how to do this. You go in the supermarket, it's full of things you never buy. It's just stuff. So we have positive, neutral, and negative. And normally our reactivity is on the basis of this positive or negative. I like, I don't like, I want, I don't want. And here we're moving it to the middle point of just neutral. It's just stuff. See all these things for sale? Nothing to do with me. Peaceful. You're free of desire, you're free of aversion. So let's do a little bit more of that, and then we'll move on to integrating it with vipassana. So find out how your skeleton is, and make your skeleton like a kind of coat hanger, and you can just allow the weight of your muscles and flesh to hang on the skeleton so that you don't have muscular tension holding yourself in place. So this is a simple practice you can do by yourself. There's plenty of time. You can sit outside, find a quiet spot and do more of this. There's always a question for me whether we should spend more time doing the practice together, or whether it's more helpful to give some explanation as to why we do the practice. because practices can seem quite interesting at first and you do them for a while, but then very often the commitment to do them or the habit of doing them starts to thin and you do it less frequently and it starts to fade. And by understanding the function of the practice, that it has a vital, lively, connective function in your life, that can help you to sustain the practice over the years and stay connected. Do you need a seat? I think there's a seat here at the... So that's always a question, but I think if you really understand why we do the practice and you see how that then fits into the overarching movement of an approach like Dzogchen, then it becomes quite ordinary, because it's not some Eastern tradition that you're doing because it might be good for you, but you can actually see its function in how you relate to the world. Because if we are full of our preoccupations, which tend to be self-referential, then we are moving towards the other through the mediation of these preoccupations. We don't have fresh contact. We're not really open because we have agendas. Some are conscious, some are less conscious. So the function of this shine, which seems so simple, is to allow us to become more conscious of how we get pulled into patterns. And that these patterns, they're just kind of available, like going into a big bus station and there are buses going in all sorts of directions. You could go any bus, it would take you on a journey. The journeys are all quite interesting. You look out the window, you see lots of different things, but then you have to think, why am I on the bus? You have more potentially in the bus station because you're just looking at buses going here and there. But once you commit yourself to a bus, you're gone. So these thoughts take us in different directions. And you know, when you go, if I'm kind of standing and I'm grounded, I can go in any direction. But if I'm leaning over, I'm already straining the muscles to stop me falling over. And that would bring a diminution in my availability towards you, because the tension in my leg is telling me something's odd here. So I've got half the attention in my body and half the attention out there. But if I come back and center and I'm at ease, then there's more availability. That's not a very complicated idea, and you can observe it for yourself. What is it like to be off balance? What is it like to be exhausted, to feel overwhelmed, to have had enough? I don't want any more. And these are very precious moments because they allow you to see the consequence of attachment and involvement. When we're just sitting and what's occurring is just stuff, it's hooking power for us. It's seeming power, the object seeming power to catch us, and our seeming volition, our will, our movement towards the object to apprehend it, to get hold of it. These two functions operate very quickly. So many things which would be stuff can be non-stuff if our orientation changes. So a friend might say, oh, I found a really good recipe. I'll send it to you. And you get a little message on your phone. You go to the supermarket. Oh, I don't have any of this in my house. So now you're looking for a new ingredient. You're going along the shelves. Oh, there it is. Feel happiness. What was neutral stuff, nothing to do with me, is now very precious because I'm going to try this at home. And it's so precious, these moments, because you see the world in its just stuffness is quite neutral. There is no reason in the object side why we should be drawn towards it. It is the mind that moves towards the object. The object doesn't move towards you. Cigarettes don't say, smoke me. Alcohol doesn't say, drink me. We move towards the object. This is our movement. And the more we see how this is operating, the point of control, the nexus of control, the locus of control is in me. It is my mind that gets involved or not involved. So not thinking less and less about the qualities of stuff, which ordinarily I would see as the kind of hooks that pull me into engagement with this pattern of experience rather than that pattern of experience, I find, oh, if I look at my mind, as the thought arises, oh, I'd really like that. If that thought is unimpeded, it may well take us into a connection with the object. So I have had a year of bad news. Having had the treatment for the cancer, they did some further checks, and then I went along and I was invited to hepatology, the liver department. And then they looked in my liver and they said, oh, you are a friend of alcohol, but we are here to arrange a divorce. But I love her. I love her. No. So now they say, you should not drink. No more alcohol in this life. My whole life. Off limits. So that's so interesting, because I had in my house many nice bottles of alcohol for the future. But not my future. So now I'm giving these to other people. And it's so interesting because I have some at the bottom of the stairs. So I open my front door and go up the stairs into my flat, and there is a crate of wine. Neutral. Nothing to do with me. It was to do with me. It could be to do with me, but it isn't to do with me. And this is our practice, really observing how the mind makes something important or unimportant or neutral. And how do we set that dial? Because if you see the object as important and precious, I want it, but I can't have it. I want it, but I can't have it. And then you have an internal conflict, which is such a waste of time. It's just terrible. People have this with eating disorders and so on. It's like, for fuck's sake, you know, eat or don't eat. What is it? You know, if you eat a lot, you get fat, then you're fat. But I don't want to be fat. Then you're fat. Well, I want to be thin, then you don't have the cake. But I want the cake. The problem is not the existence of cakes. You see, this is weird. A lot of discussion about whether what's happening in the Middle East is genocide. And the function of genocide is to completely remove the troublesome object. If these people did not exist at all, we would be happy. When Carthage was defeated, there was rape, there was murder, there was enslavement, and the population was removed. And then all the buildings were pulled down, and then the fields were sown with salt so that nothing would grow. Now that is pure hatred, isn't it? We loathe you so much, we don't want one single trace of you to exist. So that's behind the Holocaust, isn't it? If this bad object is not in our world, we'll be so happy. But of course, that's just one person's definition. If we could remove cakes and sugar from the shelves, then children wouldn't be tempted. Control the object, make the person free. So Dharma is saying, it doesn't work like that. You have to look at your own mind. You have to see when a thought arises, and a powerful thought that seems to carry you with it, you've given yourself into that thought. The thought can't actually catch you. The thought is like a cloud in the sky, but you can merge with the thought. So that's why this simple shine is very important, because it allows you to see, I don't have to. That addiction or strong habit formations or a feeling of necessity is a deception. We don't have to. There are many things we might like to do. We might feel that certain habit patterns are the basis or the support for the continuation of our familiar identity. I know I'm me because I'm doing what I do. So my way of being in the world with others, of manifesting myself, is like a continuous feedback loop that says, oh, it's still you, it's still you. And if you let that go, who will you be? Well, from the point of view of the Mahayana teachings on working for the benefit of others, of developing compassion, if I'm not for me, I might be available to be for you. Because if my world is turning around myself, my own habits, my desires, what I need, how I like it to be made, then it's just like this. It's just like this. This is my world. And there's so much editing and management required to keep my familiar sense of place. But if I let it go, if I just allow it to be there. One of the things about my main teacher, Sia Lama, was that he didn't do any domestic activity at all. I don't think in his whole life he made a cup of tea. The consequence of that was he always drank tea made by others. And one of the things, if you're a tea drinker, you know, is that other people don't know how to make a good cup of tea. You make your tea just the way you like it. But he drank tea made by other people. That's always used to surprise me, because he took it as it came. His practice, and it was clearly, everything about his life was a practice, was clearly, it is as it is. It comes as it comes. So you open to how it is, rather than starting with an agenda, a recipe, a notion of how to make it happen. That's a very, very powerful thing to do, isn't it? It's saying, I could control the object side, but what does that do for me? You think of in the army, the sergeant major. They're pretty fierce. They're holding the traditions of the regiment, and they get angry a lot because people don't do it the right way. Orchestra conductors often are a bit irritable in that way, because for them the music is so precious and they want it right. So the object fixation, it's like a spider's web. You're kind of set jangling by movements. But if you bring it to the other side, it is as it is. You can call anything a cup of tea. It's just this. So I'm drinking this, I'm drinking that. I'm practicing flexibility, pliability, responsiveness. My mouth will pucker if something is bitter and sharp. It will relax if it's something more sweet. I notice how I am in relation with the object world. Do you see the difference? It's absolutely fundamental. We live in a time of consumerist capitalism, of commodification, in which the ideal is that you can have life on your terms. So you start with yourself and your own self-image and your fixations, and then you look to the world to get the objects you need. The street I live in is quite quiet, but all day long these white vans are arriving, delivering Amazon packages, because people are at home ordering things and then sending them back and ordering them and sending them back. Because I want to exert choice. The world is like a buffet. You can find what you need. I am in charge. This is an insane mastery, and we know how much wastage it brings in food and clothing and so on, endlessly importing garments, which then go and be trashed and dumped on the beaches in Nigeria and so on. It's a terrible situation. So the function of the practice is to not be pulled into the impulse towards involvement in what's arising. So we do that just by focusing on the breath, which is so subtle. So involvement is quite crude. It's full of energy, of passion. There's arousal in it. But just resting your attention on the breath is very, very subtle. We're going from the gross to the subtle. Because in the gross, it's very clear, I want. So there's something there, and you lunge out at that thing because it's already redolent. It's imbued with these qualities which pull you into it. But when it's more subtle, you soften. It's like listening to a faint piece of music, the string quartet's quietening down, and you're kind of just open to it. The sound and silence are getting closer and closer. So with the breath, it's like that. There's no will to power, there's no making it happen. You're just with the disclosure of the most subtle forms of your mental life. And in that way, we start to see that just as in the summertime you can see a light wispy cloud, and then other wispy clouds join it, and they start to build up, and then you get these cumulus formations. So little faint traces of emotion or memory arise in the mind, and if we give them some attention and investment, they start to link together, and then eventually you're caught and you go off here and there and you sit for 20 minutes in story time. So we want to be subtle. We do that. The breath is our very good friend. You can't catch your breath. It is a subtle movement, and the sensation that's evoked is also very, very subtle. So let's just sit with that a little bit more, and then we'll look at vipassana. So that's the way we're practicing this just now is called staying calm on the basis of an object. Later we'll do a similar practice but without an object. Now we move on to seeing well or seeing accurately, which is the meaning of vipassana. And again, we're doing it with an object. And the function of vipassana is to become aware of the nature of movement. So the first practice we did is focused on stillness. Now we're practiced on movement. And these two aspects of stillness and movement are at the heart of all the practices in the Buddhist tradition. How they are explained depends on the different yanas or vehicles or levels of practice. But these are the two key principles. We have a body. We can experience our body in many, many different ways. We have a sense of personal agency. I decide to do things, I organize myself, I engage with the world, and I do things, like making a cup of tea. Involves quite complex interactions. I have to find out how the water heater works, get the tea, and so on. So I act by selective attention to the potential of the field. Whatever is my intention leads to a shifting in the experience patterning of the potential. Does that make sense? So if you're looking for someone and you go into the room where the boiler is for making tea and you don't see them, you come out because you're looking for someone. The water's boiling, tea bags are there are cups there, but they don't impinge on you. They don't touch you. Because of the nature of your intention, they have gone into the background, and the person you're looking for is foreground, and so you go off to find them. So that's a very, very interesting thing to notice. That the world for you, your experiential world, not your abstract, objectified world that you might talk about as if it is something out there, which is our normal way of talking. But if you experience your world as revealed for you in your experience, it's dynamic and shifting. Like, for example, you might have seen these Harry Potter films. And when he gets to the school and he goes in, the staircases are moving around. They're going up and down. That's a very wonderful image because that's how it is for us. We have an intention and a staircase opens and we go up and we go through something which otherwise would be a wall. So what's a wall and what's a door alters according to your intention and your resources and the supports in your environment. So the function of vipassana is to allow ourselves to get a fresh experience of embodiment. So that instead of starting with, I have a body, how is my body? Oh, it's not so well, I'll take it to the doctor. Something which I carry around, although in fact, of course, the body is carrying me around. It kind of flips between the two. Here, without any intention or shopping list, we're simply seeing how it is. So we start with the focus of the attention on the subtle sensation at the nostril, and then we take this up to the top of our head, so we're focusing our attention up here, and then very gently bringing it down through our body, step by step by step, down until it goes to the soles of our feet, and then back up again. At each stage, we're simply seeing what is there, or seeing how it is. And we just do this again and again and again. If we remember this idea of the difference between seeing and looking, as you're going down, you're simply seeing what is revealed in that moment. So when your attention's here, there may be a lot revealed or nothing revealed. Then you move down. Similarly, a lot revealed, nothing revealed. You're seeing how it is at that point. However, sometimes something seems to register for you. Maybe there is a pain or an irritation, and the urge is to make sense of it, to conceptualize it. Something is happening. What is it? And oh, God, that's my shoulder again. I did something to it last year and it's still sore. So by giving this subtle attention, some subtle malaise, something not quite right, which normally you would overlook, is given a space where it can register. And then on top of that, oh, maybe I need to go and get some physiotherapy or do some exercises. So you start to build an interpretive storyline on this thing which you have, this pain or this accident. That's called looking. You're looking at something and you start to look for something. So that's your attention is caught by a notion of special value. This is, I really hurt it last year, really bad. You're pulled into massaging the old story from the past into the current experience, and the current experience leading you into the future of something should be done about this. You're not scanning, you're not seeing, you're now in imagining and planning. So this is, you've been taken back into a value-added, egoic, interpretive discourse. Does that make sense? So we don't want to do that one. So when that occurs, just pass through. Just pass through. Just note, oh, like a little whirlpool. You know, sometimes if you're out in the sea, you come to these little things that are whirling around, and you just, whoa, stay clear of that one. It's just a little movement of energy. If you get into it, you start to react to it, but it's just like on a hot day, sometimes you get these little whirlwinds that blow across the hot land. Just that. That's something moving in the mind. Because the more we scan up and down, we notice irregular presentation of what's called them events, something manifesting, and then next time, not there. And then next time, not there. There, not there. Then you start to see my body is movement. I mean, you can study anatomy, you can study, you know, the endocrine system, you can see, oh, my body is a energetic system where everything is connected, and good health means free, articulated movement through the various aspects of our embodiment. That's theory, that's idea. When you see it directly as you're scanning through your body, you're not telling yourself a story about how you are, but you're directly experiencing my body is moments of luminosity or clarity or appearance. We could say something, but the word something in English is, it carries such a burden. The notion that there is a thing there. What sort of thing? Oh, it's something. That means it's a thing which has not yet been adequately categorized. Then you can particularize it as this specific kind of thing. It's not something. Something is the beginning of reification, of objectification and solidification, and then you start to build the picture. So if you're just noticing, let's call it experience. Something is occurring. You don't block the occurrence. You see, oh, it's like this. Or no. See, language is so fucking tricky. It's not like this. It is this. It's this, and then it's gone. So it's this. And of course, if we say it's like this, that's already an invitation to metaphor, simile, building up elaborate interpretations. If it's just this, it has a freshness, an undeniability, but also an ungraspability. So that's what Vipassana is concerned with, to stay with the freshness of experience as it occurs. It's somewhat mad because it's not sequential, it doesn't fit into a template. So from the ego's point of view, it can be a little bit shaky. So if you're doing the practice, you might feel a bit disoriented because what does it all mean? Well, that's for you to add. Salt, pepper, chili sauce. You can add what you like, but does it need additives? In its freshness, it is as it is. It's not a what. We are addicted to whats. So we make the whatness of the occurrence by formulating it. Does that make sense, that language? So again, this is a subtle practice in which we're observing how we tilt in one direction or another, towards something or away from something. So we're scanning, neutral, just seeing. But then there's a twist, there's a torque that occurs because you're caught moving towards something or you're caught moving away from something. So these are the moments where we think, now I need to see the movement, the secondary movement, the movement of elaboration on the basis of the first movement. Both are movement, both are occurrences. And then you keep moving. But if you stop and you think, oh, there's something special here, there's something of particular value, I need to find out more about this, you've lost it. Because you're looking and not seeing. Does that simple distinction help? Okay, so let's try this. Just sit as before. You start with a bit of attention to the sensation at the nostrils, gently take it up to the top of your head, and then just gently, in an even way, scan down through your head to your shoulders, your arms, down to the soles of your feet, and then back up again, just looking to see, does anything occur? Any occurrence? So maybe the the body that we have is a kind of meeting or interaction between this potential, which we can't grasp because it doesn't come into a formation, but we add formation by our interpretation and take it to be the sign of something else. So this would be our normal way of engaging with experience, that we tell the experience what it is. The experience arises raw, fresh, tingling, moving, ungraspable. But in order to experience something happening for me, to me, I then provide the interpretive narrative that holds it in place. So if I don't supply that narrative, I'm left with this vibrant field of potential, which of course can go in any direction. And then as if you're doing the practice by yourself for a longer period of time, sometimes you can just go with the interpretations. And it's almost like an X-ray of the obsessions of your ego self. A bit like when you're a kid, in the comics, you would get these pictures which were a series of dots, and they would have little numbers beside them. And you had to join them, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and suddenly there's an elephant or a house. So all the dots are just dots. We add the ordering of the numbers, which gives rise to the patterning which is important for us. That is to say, I experience my mind. I think I'm experiencing the world as it is out there objectively, but what I'm actually experiencing is my interpretation, my mediation of the potential which I take to be out there as it meets the potential of what we have in here. So the rich potential of the many different moods, feelings, concepts, memories, and so on that you could bring to bear on a situation, and the potential of the external situation to be evaluated in terms of financial concerns. For example, I look at the trees and I just like them, but if I was a forester, I would be able to calculate how much money you would get if you chopped it down. I don't see the trees in that way, but some people do, clearly. So everything that we experience around here is open in the sense that many values can hover around, a bit like these fruit flies you get in summertime over a bowl of bananas. You know, all these potential thoughts are zooming about. And according to your interest, you pattern them. And the patterns for some people would never occur to you, just never enter your mind. And yet, how you experience it wouldn't be important to them. And this in Buddhism is what they mean by a relative truth. That the world you experience is the world as a revelation, not of the world per se, the actual world outside, because from this point of view, that doesn't exist. What you have is a potential, and what's revealed to you is your interpretive nexus, the formative movement that you take towards the world. So, in the fields, there are cows, and a butcher sees the cows in terms of different kinds of steak. They know what the market prices are and so on, that you can say this is grain-fed or this is fed on grass and so on. There are all kinds of factors that will affect the cost of a cut of meat. And if you're a vegan, that's not going to be your frame of reference. It's just, why would you be thinking in those ways? So then what we encounter, if we really see this, is the unique specificity of ourselves. Now, this could be very lonely, feel very isolated, or it could feel intimately connective. This is my experience, and I can't articulate it to others, because when it comes out of my mouth, it comes into common language, and it's mediated through signs, words, adjectives, adverbs, which have a meaning for me, but probably don't have the same meaning for you. So our common language is uncommonly spoken and uncommonly heard. Does that make sense? Now that's very, very important. It means you can't fall asleep on the job. It's not dead things one after another. This moment is unrepeatable. It's fresh. We are connecting, we are coming alive or falling asleep according to the specificity of our energetic formation as it's called forth by our sense of the field. This is absolutely dynamic and never asleep. This is what is, you know, in the text referred to as how the openness of the mind, the Dharmakaya, the fact that, and we'll look into this bit in more detail, but the fact that the mind is not something you can grasp, because moment by moment different patternings of potential arise. This Dharmakaya gives rise to these shining moments of potential, this shimmering kind of just below the surface, which when you take it into the world and you start to talk to someone about your experience, takes on specific patternings. And you see some similarities and some dissimilarities. And that's called the Nirmanakaya, which is the apparitional manifestation among apparitions or illusions or dreams. Because the other person says something to you in this moment, which may feel authentic and true for them in this moment. Now, luckily, we are not politicians. People don't write down what we say and then hold it against us when we go on television the next day. We just say something and it's true in the moment. And then the other person forgets what we said and we say something different and we say something different. And we do say very different things. Because if we're speaking from experience, it's shifting and shimmering. So as you scan through your body, you find that some aspect which seems to be announcing itself strongly then goes quiescent. There's no message coming through, but something else is coming. Something else is coming. So then we can see, oh, I have several kinds of body. I have an objective anatomical body. I have kind of a hormonal body. I have a Tai Chi body. I have a acupuncture body. We have many, many different kinds of bodies. And in particular, we have a phenomenal body. We have the body of the phenomena as they display and vanish. So in the Dzogchen text, we read again and again about self-arising and self-vanishing. So as you scan through your body, something is there. You don't know why it's there. You don't know why this sensation has suddenly appeared. And then it's gone. It appears and then it's gone. This is troubling for the ego. And so the ego tends not to pay any attention to it, because the ego wants to order experiences into predictable patterns. I know what I'm like, I know what I want, I'm going to have to work to make it happen. But this egoic consciousness is a structure of subject and object together. You don't have self on its own. There's always self and other, because myself takes its formation by not being the other. I am not you. So the you-ness of you is part and parcel of the me-ness of me. Your non-me is my me-me. Yeah? By seeing you're not me, I experience that I am me. I am apart from you. But when we stay with experience without separating subject and object, the whole field comes together all at once, but you can't think about it, because thinking is the domain of dualistic consciousness. I know something. Awareness is the revealing of as it is, or how it is. Like a mirror, it just shows how it is. And what we find then is the patterns are self-organizing inside the openness of that immediate awareness. But because dualistic consciousness cannot enter into that domain and is always struggling to make sense of what is going on, it can't relax and just see. It has to know what I'm seeing and have an intention arising from that. And that's the very big difference. So in Dzogchen, we always try to relax out of unnecessary artificial production of meanings relying on concepts, so that the fresh taste can come through. So say you're in a restaurant with a friend and you both order the same dish, something unusual. You take up some of it, you get the aroma, as do they, and you both put it in your mouth. As it's revealing itself, your partner says, oh, too much lemon. People often say things like that. Certainly people I know, yeah. Because they comment on it. So I hadn't thought about lemon. There's too much lemon. Maybe my lemon detector has gone to sleep, I don't know. But now there is something out there which has come in here and has too much lemon. It's a thing. I'm experiencing something. Whereas when this food is in your mouth and the various complex flavors are unfolding, you open to receive them. So if you enter into judgment, if you go for a conclusion, if you try to make sense of what it is, to sort it out, to know what's going on, you enter into a very different domain from just experiencing how it is. Does that make sense? So the whole focus of our practice, as we'll gradually progress, is to have more confidence, relaxation, more ease in allowing the flow of life in its naked rawness without unnecessary cooking. Because when we're cooking, we're always cooking for our tongue, which means we always bring it back to ourselves, to our karmic formations, our historical formations. And this gives us a place from which we judge what is occurring in terms of our template. This is what we could call dualistic consciousness. Awareness just shows, it just reveals in its rich complexity with no need to organize. If we were having a birthday party for 8-year-olds, and we have them in this room, and say we have a lot of them, which is going to cost a fortune, so we've got 40 little buggers, and they're running around, a lot of noise, a lot of chaos. So you need to have at least a few adults who are willing to say, shh, don't go there, no, don't touch that, we're going to do that later. So you got all these traffic policemen involved. But if you then say, had enough, it's lovely, sunshine, fuck off, get out there, big field, run around, come back when you're tired. That's much easier, isn't it? So that is the principle of Dzogchen meditation. A very big empty field, and I'm not in charge. Okay, let's have a break. Okay, so one of the things you might notice if you continue with this vipassana practice is the happenstance of experience. It's not due to your personal agency. Scanning through the body and you encounter something. Something is there. You didn't make it happen. It's part of the field of your experience. So you are implicated with what's arising. And as we looked before the break, you can inject more ideas, meanings, associations onto what's occurring, or you can just leave it as it is. But it is happening. And when we start to see that our lives are largely happenstance, events occur, we're not quite sure why they occur, somehow our life unfolds in this way. We look back and very often there've been sort of key moments in the trajectory of our life development where we met someone and something shifted. We had maybe a teacher who was interested in us, or you got a break for a job and some new possibilities opened up. These moments often have to do with being seen by someone, that instead of being judged and put into the other person's template, they somehow opened their gaze towards you, and their fresh view of you allowed a fresh view of yourself. So that's the basis for effective psychotherapy, for example. Happenstance. It just happens. Children often say, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. But you pushed him. But it's not my fault. He pushed me. So the child is being inducted into a way of thinking about cause and effect, which is, of course, true on one level, but also things happen. If someone pushes you, why wouldn't you push them? It seems quite natural. In relation to karma, this is very important. Karma operates inside duality. It operates inside relative truth. It doesn't operate within the domain of awareness. And I'll explain to you how this is the case. Some of you are very familiar with the 4 basic factors of karma. The basis or the ground or the foundation of karma is the experience of duality. That's what it begins with. There's me and there's you. And of course, if there's me and there's you, it doesn't stay neutral for long, especially if we get closer to each other. We either like each other or we don't like each other. So this reification of subject and object, I'm real, you're real, and the sense of valency, the sense of a charge or a value embedded in how you are that impacts me, that's the basis for karma. Because from this you have the second aspect, which is intention. If I like you, I want to spend more time with you. If I don't like you, I want to spend less time with you. That's pretty obvious. You're life-affirming for me, or you cause me difficulty and trouble, and you upset my values or my intentions. So the intention is to maximize both the continuity of my existence as I know it, to improve the factors which constitute my experience, and to avoid the factors that might undermine it. So we go towards the world wanting to secure benefit for ourselves, and sometimes wanting to secure harm for the other. We see these endless messages now of the importance of destroying the terrorists, getting rid of the terrorists. And you see that this is kind of crazy. For example, in the glorious history of Britain, when we still were the colonial power in Kenya, there was a long freedom struggle by Kenyan people. Generic name for it is Mau Mau. And the British saw the Mau Mau as terrorists. So for the Kenyans, these are freedom fighters, and for us, they're terrorists. So that's immediately very helpful for us in Dharma. There is no inherent existence with a valency. As soon as you have valency, you have the delusion of inherent existence. These are people doing whatever they do. And at a certain point, they get pissed off with high taxes from the British, racist attacks. The British took the best land in Kenya, the White Highlands, and pushed the local people off, except the ones they needed as servants. British have a very, very bad racist exploitative history. So when the Mau Mau fighting for freedom arise, they are deemed to be terrorists, and they were gathered together, put in concentration camps, tortured, and so on. And this behavior towards the indigenous people was justified because they are terrorists. So when terrorist is written on your forehead, that entitles those who feel entitled to treat you however they want, whether you're called a Kurd or any minority naming where the namer of you is self-validating. I judge. I know who you are. Shh, you're not allowed to speak to me. I am the namer, you are the named. Named, stumm, no word. That's the deal, isn't it? Shut the fuck up. I'm in charge. So when you get that raw political structure with objectification, with prejudice, it's very, very limiting and shrinking of the releasing of the potential of that person, because we know how they are, we know who they are before they do anything. They are the absolutely known. And you know, all the battles that the British fought against the IRA, against the Indian independence movement and so on, are all predicated on removing the negative object, as we touched on before. But actually you can't, because good and bad are born together, and what I consider to be good, you may consider bad, and vice versa. It's complicated, it's subtle, and the crudity of drawing a line and saying good people here, bad people there, is a delusion operated by power to justify and simplify the atrocities I carry out in order to bring about the simplified world I want. When I was, I don't know, about 7, I got stung by a wasp. It was a big field just close to where our house was. And I was rolling around in the grass and I got stung by a wasp. So I went back to the house and got one of my dad's golf clubs and went round the field whacking all the wasps that I could find. I don't know how many wasps I killed. And then I came back and I told my mother, and she's like, oh, James, you have to live with wasps. They come in the house, I put them in a glass, I put them outside. They're not, every now and then they'll bite you, but, you know, we trap them in our house. You can't do that. But I don't like them. I hate them. And that is this potential of fascism. I was clearly there inside me. The death of the wasp is my freedom. I don't have to think about where they are. Get them out, and then I'll be free. So I understand that logic of colonialism and oppression very well, because it is so simplifying. You know, the final solution. You know where you are. It's very, very tempting, but this is a world of complexity in which people are good and bad. They have complex feelings. And the issue is, for us, in terms of practice, is what evokes the felt sense of the complexity in a way that I can tolerate it, even welcome it, so that I have more to move with when I meet you. If I don't put you in a box, you leak out all over the place. Then that's quite interesting, because then I have to follow where you leak. What are your trains of interest? So my life is enriched by your richness. Would you think that's true? So in karma, the intention is always blind. I like you, so I want to help you. How will I help you? Well, I'll give some money to the beggar. I give money to the beggar goes and gets some alcohol. Have I helped the beggar or not? I could buy the beggar a sandwich. How do I know if he will like that sandwich? I'll choose a good sandwich, good for me sandwich. Ask the beggar, what kind of sandwich would you like? And they say, okay. So you go into the shop, they don't have that sandwich. You have to go back out to the beggar. I'm sorry, they don't have And their mood might change. And actually, they don't want the fucking sandwich. They want money for the booze. You know? So they're being polite and you're being polite, but you're missing the main deal. Because sleeping on the street is shit. Sitting on your arse on the cold stone with people walking by is not nice. They are stuck for some time in their life in a horrid situation where they're easily objectified, and our attempts to invite them into subjectivity doesn't go very far unless you're going to take them home and take care of them. So our intention is usually blind to the complexity of the situation. So we have the foundational aspect of subject and object as existence and with attributed qualities. Then we have our intention. Then we carry out our action. That is to say, I come into connection with this particular person and enact my intention, my plan, my wish. In the Tibetan, they use the word jorwa. And jorwa can also mean sexual union. So you go towards the person with your plan and you cook something nice for them. You want them to eat it. You don't cook, so they don't eat it. So there's a demand. I want to be close to you. You should want me to be close to you. So we come together. So very often plans get in a mess because you don't get that conjunction. One person is more willing than another. The ideal conjunction for the satisfactory completion of an action is difficult. We have so many issues like that, like with climate change now. Very difficult to know exactly what to do. These are complex field factors. Then the fourth factor in karma is you carry out the action and you think, yes, that was really good. I have no regrets. I feel satisfied that I have carried through my intention. At any stage you can have regret. You can think, oh, what have I done? Or in the moment of carrying out the action, like I'm going to steal your purse. So you've gone out of the room, you've left your bag, I take the purse, I open it, I take the money out. I got away with it. I won. But you'll be unhappy. So if you exist for me as a subject, it makes my action for me as the total lonely victor of the world subject, it makes it rather squalid, doesn't it? Because I've just stolen from you. So if I want to really carry through what I want, you must remain object while I'm subject. Intersubjectivity makes bad deeds difficult, which is an amazing thing. That's the big, quick way to reduce crime. You imagine knife crime. People in London, young kids, 15 years of age, stab a stranger. They stab them so that they die, stab them in the neck, stab them in the eye. They don't know who the person is. They don't care. You see how demented a mental state that has to be that infects so many young people. I don't fucking care. Whereas if you feel the living presence of the other, you see their face, you're touched and moved. And then you couldn't. Because there's you and your money. And I want your money, but I don't want to upset you. Have your money. I'll get a job. But if I can get your money and fuck you, then I'm okay. So the negative action depends on, excuse me, on demeaning the other. You shrink the value of the other. You make them a thing, like the negative messages about the Tutsi in the Rwanda crisis or the Palestinians in the current war situation in the Middle East. I know who you are, and you're rubbish, you're crap, you're bad, you're evil. Whatever the pejorative identifier is put onto the other, the corollary, the parallel aspect of that is, I am freed up. Because you are shit, I can treat you however I want. And you see these pictures, people in their underpants with their hands behind their back, sitting in the hot sun. It's unbelievable. People tied in nappies, tied to bed so that they're sitting in their own shit for days. Why would you do that? Because I don't fucking like you. And I can. There's a wonderful film with Nicolas Cage. It's quite an old film now. It's called 8mm. And it's about this guy who comes across a snuff movie. And somehow he's perturbed by it and he wants to find out, is this real or is this not? Is this drama? Is this staged? And he goes through the whole thing. And finally he finds the guy who's been arranging the actual murder of people. He traces him back and he finds he's living in this house by a cemetery, and the guy comes out of his house at night and Nicolas Cage grabs him and he says, why did you do it? You're killing people. And the guy says, because I could. Because I can. I mean, that is the most amazing thing. We look all over the world, the dreadful things that are done is because I can. And this is the raw ego in its infinite expansion. And the thing that stops us in our tracks is you are as real as me. Now, from a Buddhist point of view, neither of us are real, but on ordinary level, you exist. Your existence is valuable for you and for your friends and your family. and as is mine. And therefore, feeling your existence with mine, we're in it together. I might not like you, I might not want to be in it together with you, but I see your face, we are in it. And that instant recognition then means that the monologue of my will be done, my acting on the world is softened. So that understanding of karma is I think, quite important. That all karma, that is to say, the actions which leave traces, which manifest later, arises on the basis of taking self and other to be different and with inherent existence. And that can echo across hundreds of years, thousands of years, as resentments are, which have been latent for a long time, suddenly bubble up. So, what I'd like to touch on now is emptiness, which is a very important insight into how things are. It's not always so easy to get the sense of it. So I have my glasses, for example, and this is metal and a bit of plastic and glass. Different factors brought together and held in place with small screws, and their juxtapositioning means that they can function for me. If I lose one of the little screws and I can't get the leg back on, then it becomes more difficult because I'm always having to hold it up. If the screws are in place, I take it for granted. These are my glasses. If the screw comes out, I think, oh, they're not very good. So I want the continuity of these factors to arise easily in different situations so that I have my glasses. They are something. But they are a compound, a composite. Different elements are brought together, and as long as they function in harmony, I have my glasses. But what is the true state of the glasses? Is there an inherent glassesness to this? Or is the glassesness of the glasses a concept? That is to say, if you like, is the reality of this thing in my hand in the object or in the subject who owns the object? My glasses. So I could use the lens to start a fire if there's enough sunshine. I could break the glass and stab you in the eye with it. I could poke you in the eye with it. I could get this right up your nose into your brain. This is a good day for killing, huh? Because you can do that. There are people in prisons who are thinking about how can you make a little chips so you can get someone. So weaponization of any article in the world is possible. But normally what happens is we see this, we impute an identity to it. These are glasses. And we settle onto that. The potential usage of these parts becomes invisible to us. They recede into the background. As we foreground, these are glasses, put them on, they're used for reading. Huh? That is to say, my intention to use these glasses blinds me to the potential of what's in my hand. Having chosen to attribute this pure glassesness to what's in my hand, the other potentials recede into the background. Does that make sense? That's really an amazing thing. So that the clarity of my existence as an agent, the one who does, rests on my stupidity of blinding myself to the potential of other things. efficiency is stupid. Because when you're efficient, you're running down a track, and all the other pathways, all the other potentials become irrelevant to you because you're heading towards a goal. Everything becomes a means to an end, and the end catches you. We've got to get it done. I don't care how it's done, but we've got to get it done. It's a deadline. It's really important. On the other hand, we have things which are an end in themselves. We spend time with a tree. You sit with the tree, and each time you sit with it, more of the treeness of that tree comes into you. And you realize it's an infinite quality. You could never, ever exhaust the potential of the tree. So the more we do that, we find, oh, I can put the tree in a box. I can think, oh, that kind of tree is going to get diseased. We should take it down now and stop the spread of the disease, or we could sell it. Or it's a kind of tree birds don't want to nest in. We should change it. I can have all kinds of plans, self to tree. I define the tree in terms of my frame of reference, or I open to the tree, and the treeness of the tree in its infinite majesty unravels me. You look into a tree, I mean, you sit quiet, it's a very nice thing to do, sit quietly, just look into the tree. At a point, you can't think anything, it's just you and the tree are opening into each other. There's nothing to do, because the tree is a pathway into yourself, and you become a pathway into the tree by not telling the tree what it is. So if we link that back to karma and duality, when I am living in my world with my ideas about what should be done and what shouldn't be done for my benefit, I'm living within my narrative. I'm telling the stories about what is important to me. I'm privileging my selective attention, which allows me to feel a sense of mastery and efficiency as I move in the world. But I'm therefore blind to the potential uses of what's there, but also just to the unbelievable flavor of opening to what's there. I mean, the tree doesn't do anything, it just moves a little bit in the wind. But when you open to it, your capacity to frame and to define starts to recede, and you're simply open and receptive. I mean, that is a wonderful gift. And you realize the tree doesn't need me. I am irrelevant. I am simply the audience, the admirer. Now imagine what would happen to the ecological crisis we're in if we were to take that approach. Instead of it being the tree for me, we would honor the tree as a vehicle whereby I am open to my own potential by not diminishing the potential of the tree. Does that make sense? So, in the Buddhist text, when they're talking about emptiness, they're talking about the fact that the definitions which we project into objects in the world, which we put onto them, become, for us, something seemingly inherent in the object. For example, if we think of these people are terrorists, I call them terrorists. Why do I call them terrorists? Because they are terrorists. Look what they do. They are terrorists. It is valid to call them terrorists. So every time I use the term terrorist, I'm strengthening my belief that there is some essence of terrorist in that person. I have put that into the person, but for me, I'm thinking, wake up, just look at what they do. You'll see, they're terrorists. Because I, in my perception of the terrorists that they are, I'm seeing the truth of them. Nothing to do with me. If you're a rational person, look at the facts, they're terrorists. But their mum doesn't think they're a terrorist. Their friends don't think they're a terrorist. There are plenty of people in other countries who don't think they're terrorists. But they are terrorists because I know the truth. So this is what emptiness means, that whatever is occurring is a potential which is up for grabs. There is no internal definition or defined existence to anything, and therefore we live in a world of multiple interpretations. Now, there are a lot of factors which can govern how we move towards interpretation. Our ethical values, our identification with ourselves as a gender, a race, an age, a social class, and so on. These factors feed into how I interpret what is there. But I am the one attributing a whatness to the in there. Because if the mother can love her son, the son who blows up a bomb and kills people, and is therefore deemed to be a terrorist, what do we say to the mother? You haven't understood your son. You don't know how evil he is. What is the mother going to say? Judge, you don't know my son. I lived with my son for 20 years. I know this person. You only know one action. He set off a bomb. But I know him. I cooked his breakfast. I saw him going to school. I saw him being unhappy. I saw him learning to play football. I have seen my son. And you call him a terrorist. You can see this every day. This is the world. Where is the truth of that person's existence? Can you catch that person's existence? Can anybody tell you the truth of the value of another or of yourself? So, when you get depressed on a bad day, you might feel that you're rubbish, that you're hopeless, that you haven't achieved some of the things that you might have achieved. What is happening in that moment? Without your permission, your thoughts have decided to have a party. This is not a hippie party, this is a punk party. So cacophonous music, wild gestures, and they're beating the shit out of you. And you feel bad. It's just thoughts moving around. Of course, we make mistakes in life, we hurt other people, we have moments in our lives that we regret. And the question is, are they summative? Can they sum us up? If we write down the charge sheet against ourselves, can we come to a definite conclusion that gives an evaluation? People do. If you work in mental health, you experience suicidal people a lot. The rate of suicide is very high now, particularly for young men. And the mental formations are so sad. People think themselves into a corner. They build a density of truth attribution to a series of momentary occurrences. This wouldn't have occurred if I was a good person. It doesn't occur to other people. It's a sign that I am ... And when you get into that, you're able to define who you are and your value relative to other people. And I'm hopeless and it'll never get better, so I might as well die. I can't bear the shame of being myself. This is terrible. All the potential which is there in the person is hidden from them because they have merged into an over totalized or an over all-embracing definition of who they are. There is always more potential. there is always room for new possibilities. So emptiness means that you cannot exhaust the potential of what is there. And when you claim to have definite knowledge about something, that is situational, contingent on many other factors, and not inherent. Another way of looking at that is in terms of what's called dependent origination or dependent arising. Means on the basis of this, in connection, there arises a new formation. So, on the basis of a shop having a sense of what customers ask for, the merchant goes to the supplier and says, can you get one of these little piano stools? Because people are asking for them. So this is produced in relation to customer demand, because the person doesn't want to stock items which can't sell. So the supplier goes back to the carpenter and they give the instructions, and then they say, well, what design do you want? What's fashionable now? So they have to work out and get information. So on the basis of nowadays, it would be market research, perhaps focus groups, getting a bunch of people in to discuss what kind of furniture you'd like to have in your house. They certainly do that for sofas. A lot of money goes into thinking about the design of these. You come to a conclusion, this is the most marketable item at this period in time. It might only fly for 3 years, but if we get the market for 3 years, we make a good profit. On the basis of all of that, this thing arises, it's in the shop, somebody buys it and they bring it here. We come in and we see, oh, that's here. That belongs with the piano. It's just there. It's just there. The scissors of our stupidity have cut through the line of history. And so the huge complex chain of cause and effect factors which have given rise not just to this item, but to it being here in its present condition, become invisible to us. Now, one of the side effects of that is, because I see it as something entire unto itself, it is what it is. It just is. And that gives it a separateness and a kind of facticity. There's a kind of insistence about it. It's kind of undeniably there. So then we can have judgments. I like it. I don't like it. I wouldn't want one like that in my house. Oh God, I've always been looking for that. People will react in different ways towards the givenness, the somethingness of what this is, without realizing what it is a pause. So you've got an arc, like a bell curve, non-existent, factors coming together, producing it, purchased, here. So at the top of the curve, there's a little period. We don't know how long it'll be. It could be a year, it could be 20 years. It's here, and then we should get rid of it. It doesn't fit the piano. Look at this, they're very different wood. I think we should get a better stool. The pianist was very uncomfortable. They were wriggling about. And so a story starts that is going like a wedge. These thoughts go like a wedge, which are saying, I'm not so sure about this now. I'm getting perspective. I'm no longer just with it. I consider it as an object. It's losing its neutrality and it's starting to carry valuation, yeah? And then you might get rid of it. And then it could be burnt in the fire, or it could be chopped up or recycled for some purpose. Its value is not inherent in it. The value of the stool is the value attributed by people who want to sit on the stool or who don't want to sit on the stool, who like the stool or who don't like the stool. The stoolness of the stool is not in the stool. That's a big leap. That's a huge leap. It's in your mind. Again, being Glaswegian, we could beat the shit out of someone with this. We could make a little fire and hold their feet over it till they're crying and smell their burning flesh. I was a Dominican in a previous life, you know, auto da fe, ha ha. Where's the witches? Why not? Drama. It's all theatre. It's all theatre. All theatre is stories of cause and effect. Due to this, that arises. So this arises, its potential function is without limit. It's without limit. When I was in India, I knew a guy, a Swiss zoologist who always struck me as kind of pretty crazy. But I remember him telling one day he'd been driving in his car and there was a military convoy and one of the trucks had slipped and gone into a car. So he stopped his car and he went to look. And there was a girl in the front seat, a teenage girl, and the windscreen wiper had gone through and into her throat. What did he have with him? A Swiss Army knife. So he managed an emergency tracheotomy using a big pen, you know, so that he could breathe down the tube. I wouldn't have been able to do that. I wouldn't have been able to do that. On the basis of his having worked a lot in anatomical research and working with sick animals, he'd done many, many things. He felt confident of his knowledge of what had to be done. Other people didn't know what to do. He did that. That's dependent origination. We have different educations, but when we're faced with a crisis like that, we're thinking, I could make it worse. What do we do? Try and phone the doctor. They'll be dead before we get there. What shall we do? We don't know. And somebody knows. So there you have, on the basis of all that he knew, which when he's driving along in his car is completely irrelevant. It's like in the background, he's just looking out the window, having a nice day, listening to the music. And then suddenly, car crash, there he is, and he's moving into action on the basis of that. So that's dependent origination. A lot of what you know, a lot of your skills are latent. That is to say, they're dormant, they're kind of sleeping until a situation activates them, yeah? And then you come into life according to circumstances. We are circumstantially evoked. That is to say, you don't have inside you emergency surgeon. It's not there as a kind of potential job description. But you have factors which in an emergency arise into that task. It's a task-specific evocation or awakening or calling forth that then allows the person to act in a wonderful, life-saving way. The potential of the situation and the potential of the person, if they start to align, leads to a very good outcome. That's amazing. So that's true in all our lives, isn't it? You get that situation where the mum's got a little baby and the baby's crying and wah, 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 wah. And then the mum of the mum arrives. Give me the baby. And the baby's peaceful. And the mum's thinking, it's my baby, it's my baby. But the grandma is relaxed because she knows it's not my baby. I'm just visiting. I can manage an hour of this. And so she's relaxed and the baby relaxes. That's dependent origination. You can see it everywhere you go, that on the basis of these factors, we feel permission. The ambience, as far as I can tell, of our gathering here is quite warm and friendly, and you can see in the meal times that people seem to chat. And if you feel a bit socially anxious or awkward or you don't know what to say, this is an ideal time for taking small risks and trying out something, because it's highly likely that people will respond with goodwill and a warmth towards you, which they won't in all circumstances. So then you see, I feel anxious and insecure. I'm sealed in myself. If you like, the dependent origination there is my history in which I've kind of messed things up and I get anxious and I got bullied at school and people laugh at me and I hate it and I don't want to take any risks. But if you come in juxtaposition to somebody who's interested in you and they ask you gentle questions that facilitate you speaking, a new constellation of your potential arises. So that your calling card self, I'm anxious and I don't feel at ease with people, that is undermined or pushed to one side as these others, more connective factors, which were always there, which were latent, are allowed to arise and come into connection. Does that make sense? So, dependent origination is a way of seeing how we limit our access to our own potential and to that of other people. You know, one of the great stupidities of many organizations is that they can't see their staff. So many organizations don't do internal promotion in a very clear way. You can get put into a sort of cul-de-sac road where you're on the same pay grade for years and years and years, and people think, oh, you're a grade 6, so you'll just, that's what you are, you're a grade 6. And your potential to do a lot more, which is demonstrated every single day, is invisible because you're a grade 6. Why would we take you beyond grade 6? You're a good grade 6, but you're a grade 6. So it's always useful if you're coming into an institution to make sure that you enter on a high level, because working yourself up the greasy pole, that's more difficult, because there's people above you whose only pleasure is pissing on your head. You know, there's a lot of cruelty there. But it has to do with definition, because if somebody has the power to define you, to put their thumb mark on you, I am the definer, not the defined. This is the basic structure of power, isn't it? In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In Buddhist terms, replace God with devil. Because in the beginning, the Word was the devil, was the naming and the blaming and the fixation, and I've got your number, and I know what you're like. And if you read the Bible, it's full of wars and killing and annihilations of people because they are what we know them to be. And it's difficult to step out of the Word. But the actual living, energetic emergence of how we are with others, if it gets just a little space and a little tender attention, we see it so much richer, so much deeper, so much more life-affirming than any definitive narrative that can be told. So dependent origination means look at the actual operative factors as they arise and pass, as they move, and avoid conclusions, because the conclusion will always be out of time. So if you're an anxious person, say for example, you want to learn salsa. So you go to a club, and you're learning a bit of some of the moves, and you dance with someone, and actually quite fancy them. This is good, bodies. And you stand on their toes. At the end of it, you think, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that, blah, blah, blah. He said, no, it was fine, we had good dancing, I like dancing with you. No, but I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And the guy's thinking, okay. You just stood on their toes. But for you, I fucked up. I had to get it right, I made a mistake, and your mistake gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it casts a shadow over everything else that's occurring. That happens for many, many people. The actual phenomenological unfolding of our interaction together as we were dancing, with me as a beginner and making mistakes, but the other person's smiling and they don't mind too much. There's all of that, but it's arising and passing. You can't grasp it. But I screwed up. Now I can get a handle on that one. I'm so sorry. And you retract and you cut yourself off. I think we all know what these experiences are like. So the power of the definition to get the number of the other or to get the number of yourself is a false solution to the complexity of being in the world with others. This is a shifting field. It's always moving. Sometimes it's shining, sometimes it's not shining. The problem lies not in the variety of the interaction, but in the conclusion. Because conclusions are death. They are the end, they are the full stop. But life is moving on. So when you get conclusions like Hamas are terrorists and all the Palestinians are Hamas supporters, when you get these full stop things, we know how they are, we know who they are, we've got the whole story. This is death. This is death. Life is much more complicated. There are beautiful roses in the garden and they have thorns. And if you're not careful, the thorns will cut your skin. They come together, the thorn and the rose, the food and the poop. You're happy to eat and you're happy to poop. You would prefer not to eat your poop. But both are very important. It's a whole shebang. It's the whole everything all together. So, linking this with emptiness, as we see these complex chains of interaction which give rise to the patterning of moments of experience, and we have a sense that this is dynamic, this is a shifting field, and it is actually beyond conclusion. There's nothing to grasp. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. What you grasp is your concept or your idea about what is there. Hamas are terrorists in relation to some people who they don't like and who they feel have hurt them badly in the past. To other people, these members of Hamas are good people. What you grasp there is an idea. If you have an actual person with flesh and blood, they have great potential. They can be kind, they can be cruel, they can be happy, they can be sad, they can be certainly confused. How will you catch them? There is no one-liner that grabs anyone. But we grab at one-liners. So when you grab at one-liner, what you've got is not the food, but the poop. Concepts are crap. They are an extrusion of the process of thinking. Thinking is linking. Thoughts follow another and make chains of signifiers that move in the space, illuminating various factors. And then they're gone, like a rainbow in the sky. But you take that as a conclusion, we know what Hamas are like. Now we have a definable object, a substantial object, an object enduring in time, and we can whack our interpretations onto it, and then we know where we are. So this is the key way to understand emptiness. There is no thing there. There is a space of potential, and that potential can be described in many different ways. So now in the modern court system, someone, especially if it's their first crime, the judge is or the magistrate is likely to ask for maybe a psychiatrist's report or maybe a social worker report. And they get a background story. And then you get this story from the prosecution, and they are looking at the crime. So they've got the little microsurgery. You know, when you see these things on the telly and they've got green cloth over most of the person and they open a little flap and they're cutting inside that. So that's what the prosecution are doing there. Not attending to a whole embodied person. They just thought he killed that person. But then they get the report from the social worker. Childhood trauma, in care at an early age, got inducted into gangs, da-da-da-da-da. So that's a whole different storyline, isn't it? And then the psychologist, the psychiatrist gives a report. Who would want to be a judge? Because you're getting these completely different storylines about this person that's there in front of you. And you've got to come, if you're a judge, you've got to come to a decision. You've got to sum them up. But a person is a work in progress. Very difficult, isn't it? You know that if you put them into a crowded jail where there's a lot of violence and acting out and a lot of despair, this person's going to be very vulnerable. But where else are you going to send them? Because we don't have the resources. So there you can see that the formalizing, the coming to the definite conclusion, we know who this person is and this is what they did and therefore they have to be punished. This is just like small icebergs floating on the ocean. The iceberg is not different from the water, but you come to some definite statement, but gradually that will melt because it's constellated in the structure of the court. There is an absence of inherent existence. So that's the technical term that we often read in the books. Absence of inherent existence. So the inherent existence would mean this is a criminal. Look at, they've been in Borstal, they've done all sorts of things. We've got their number, look at the charge sheet, look at the history, we know who they are. Well, we know they've been involved in various activities, but does that activity relate to being? You steal something, you are a thief. A thief is a description of a mode of being. You kill someone, you are a murderer. So the murderer refers to being the kind of person who is likely to kill. And killing is an action that takes a minute. Doesn't take very long. Depends how you kill them, but usually it's quite quick. So due to causes and circumstances, an action occurs which then vanishes. You're in the legal process, but you get put on to you an identification. You are a murderer. Now, depending on the prison, if you are seen as a person who has killed a child, especially if you've raped the child and killed the child, that's going to be particularly difficult in the prison because that gives you the basis for lots of negative comments, which will then bring negative actions because people will want to harm you because you did something. So inside the prison, there's other ways of evaluating what went on. What I'm trying to say is that in any situation, although we don't often notice it, definitions and conclusions are kind of up for grabs. They manifest according to circumstances, not according to the actual situation. You know, it used to be the law in Britain that if you were a lord, you weren't tried in an ordinary court. You were tried by your peers. So they would convene a particular session of the House of Lords where your peers would judge whether you were guilty of the crime. You had a whole different frame of reference operating for you. And we see this occurring in many situations. That is to say, the truth is not out there in the object, and it's not there in the subject. It is co-emergent, or arises in dependent origination. On the basis of this, that arises. Any thoughts or questions about this? Because it's quite a tricky area to inquire into. Yeah?
You mentioned briefly about one of the conditions for judgments being ethics. Let's say a bit more
About ethics?
Oh yeah, because in Buddhism we have like precepts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose you could have two different aspects. You've got the rules of morality, which can show you... The question was about the nature of ethics and how we might consider that in relation to what we've been looking at. So you get rules of morality, which could be formal. For example, the rules for monks and nuns in Buddhism. And there is a history to each of these rules and regulations, how they came to be. The Buddha didn't decide them on the basis of his meditation. He decided on the basis of gossip. So someone, you can read it. The book is available. Someone comes to the Buddha and says, do you know that some of your monks are walking down the streets checking out the village girls? And this Buddha says, from this day on, when my monks go walking to get alms, they will look at the ground. Do you know that some of your monks are hassling the people to cook the kind of food they want? From this day on, my monks will only accept the food they get. So the story is that when the Buddha died, all the monks are weeping and weeping, and except one monk at the back who's laughing. They say, what are you doing? Why are you laughing? He said, no more rules. So that's morality, a structure of formal rules. Ethics is much more difficult, because ethics means that we take more general principles like the benefit of all. May all sentient beings be happy. You might think that's a benign intention. So how will I act in a way that will ensure the benefit of all? That brings us into ethical dilemmas. Usually with morality, there are no dilemmas. You either follow the rules or you don't. But in ethics, it's much more nuanced, I think. So, how shall we behave? That's always a big question. What are the guiding principles? Now, from the understanding of emptiness, I see the impermanence of the arising thoughts in my mind. I know that when I sit in the meditation, I've got some capacity to allow the thought to arise and pass. But when I get up from the meditation, I seem to get triggered so that when the thought arises, it's coming out of my mouth and I'm acting it out. Do I need to control my behavior more? Or do I need to observe the dynamics of the merging into the thought that takes me out? When I was in India and first doing retreats, something I found as, unfortunately, a quite common occurrence is I would be sitting doing my practice, doing my meditation, and the next thing I knew I was making a cup of tea. I had no recollection of getting up and lighting the primus stove and pumping away. I was just caught up in a dream. I want a cup of tea, off I go. And then gradually you get a bit more frame of reference and you can see what you're up to. So that, I think, rather than putting a prohibition from the outside and objectification, if you can actually observe your vulnerability to merging into an arising thought pattern, that gives you an actual existential choice. Because only if you're present in the moment of the arising with the sense of the frame of reference, can you actually catch it in the moment when you would act it out or allow it to dissolve? But it's tricky. We're just about coming up for lunchtime. So you will see food that's been prepared. People will have put things together in different patterns, composing dishes. So we can observe that. And the name is put, like yesterday there was cheese. Thich Nhat Hanh was wonderful at exploring, you know, a phenomena like cheese, that there's the cows, there's the milking, there's preparation, there are different kinds of cheese. There's something here, a block of cheese, but it is the fruition of a whole chain of interactions. And if we can stay in touch with these movements, these causal movements, it's like watching a ballet of existence in which everybody's moving around with the task, listening to different tunes being played. So you can use the lunchtime experience, who you sit with, who you talk with, as ways of supporting your attention to thinking, what is the basis from which I act? Do I actually exist, or am I a potential which is constellated by different factors? And it's not complicated. You experience, you sit at one table, you sit next to someone, they've nothing to say. One sentence, look at food. Why is that? You sat at another table with someone else, chatter, 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 chatter. That is dependent origination. It's not that they're boring or that you're boring, but for whatever reason, the patterning of your being constellates either a free flow of communication or not. That is fascinating. We shouldn't try and micromanage it, but you have the experience that without the person saying, shh, you can't speak. It doesn't come out of your mouth. You might think, I should think of something to say, but it feels artificial. You're trying to get a handle on it, but they're not for you. And that has to do with the unique specificity of your existence, which is why politeness is not helpful. Because politeness is artifice, and you follow the rules and you artificially stumble through a conversation which you didn't need and doesn't go anywhere. By just sitting in silence and recognizing, I can feel open to this person, but I can't activate into the field. That's very interesting, because the teaching is always, don't make it artificial. Stay with how it is, and there's a lot to learn in that. Okay, should we have lunch? So we've been looking a bit at emptiness and dependent origination. When we look around the room, we see shapes and colors. Onto these shapes and colors, we impute particular kinds of existence. So we might say, oh, there's pieces of wood, there's plaster which has been painted different colors. These are our thoughts, these are our interpretations. What we see is shape and color. And these shapes show their kind of boundary where one color shifts to another color. What's behind these shapes? What's at the heart or the core of these shapes, defining them as what they are? We started to see this morning that this is not something inherent in the shape. This is something we project from our mind. So we identify something as being there, and we attribute to these seeming entities specific qualities which separate them from something else. If something is hot, it's not cold. If something is sweet, it's not sour. The qualities are taken as proof or guarantors of the differentiation between appearances as the appearance of existence. Something exists in and of itself. That's our ordinary way of perceiving things. We wouldn't use that kind of language. It's a bit clunky and heavy, but it's indicating that there is some entity, some thingness behind what we perceive. We're inducted into this from our first beginnings as small infants. It's how we are talked to before we've entered into the realms of language. The thingness of things is presented as just how it is. When we start to see that the manifesting of these qualities is not due to their being the inherent nature of the object perceived, but arise due to the interaction of many different factors, then what seems to be in the object, we start to see is actually outside the object. And this is strange. Nobody thinks like this. This is just weird. The piano-ness of the piano is our concept of the piano. Because we have learned what a piano is, we see this as something existing in itself. We apply the name, and the name is like a seal, a guarantor of the truth. This is a piano. And each thing is sealed by its name. It's somehow held inside that. In the kind of parallel tradition of Mahamudra, which is very similar to Dzogchen in many ways, Mahamudra means the great seal, like the highest royal seal, which once put onto a document would mean it's fixed. This is how it is. It shouldn't be changed by anyone else. And Mahamudra, the great seal, is emptiness. Everything is sealed inside emptiness. But the lesser seals are the seals of our concepts, our ideas, and we seal things inside that. No? So, if I walk around here, I see many flowers. If I'm walking around here with somebody who really enjoys gardening and knows a lot about it, then they will provide different names to the flowers. Well, I don't know these names. And for them, the differentiation of the species and subspecies will be very important. So for me, flowers is sufficient. For many other people, they want more details. And the more precise you take your naming, that this is a particular, well, we have this gorgeous magnolia tree, but there are many kinds of magnolia trees. So is it a Himalayan one, or is it originally from China, and so on and so forth? And knowing the history of it, you get a particularization, which is a kind of sifting or triage point where you say, we now have a tight categorization or a specific name. Does it fit in this or not? And if it fits in this, then by the very fact of it fitting in this category, it doesn't fit in the others. Yeah? If it's this, it's not that. If it's high, it's not low. If it's sweet, it's not sour. This is the fragmentation of the world. When you look around, when you walk around outside, it's not a fragmented world. It's an all-at-once world. Each step you take as you move down the hill, a new vista opens, but the whole vista arrives at once. It doesn't come in a kind of linear chain. It just whoosh, whoosh, even as you turn your head around here, and you get all of this, and all of this, and all of this. It's always all together. And this is, in both Mahamudra and Dzogchen, this is seen as the quality of the open ground. The open ground is undivided, and what arises from it is undivided. The division comes with conceptualization, but it doesn't mean that concepts are wrong. It means that they are badly used. We need to have concepts. You would have no compassion if you didn't have concepts, because they allow you to get to the particularities of the presenting, arising formation. But when the concept is used as indicating the true existence of something out there, then instead of working with it, working with the circumstances of the arising or emerging of this pattern, the reification with the concept together allow you to apprehend something. You've got a handle on it, you know what it is. Okay, so that's a bit different. Can you see the difference? Because if you don't apprehend it, what you notice, if you stay with the phenomena, is that they shift and turn. Just as when we do the scanning through the body, different arisings are occurring. In the same way, if I turn my head and look over here, and then turn again and look in the same direction, I don't see the same thing, because it shifts. I don't arrive at exactly the same position, so I get a slightly different angle. Someone starts nodding, so now they've got some movement that wasn't there before, and people scratch themselves and stretch and so on. It's a moving field. Now you could say, oh, it's somebody rocking, or what I see is a moving shading of blue. I see the color and it's waving like a frond in the wind. I impute someone is wearing a t-shirt, blue in color, and they are moving back and forward. That's an interpretation. I can respond to the person without interpreting that they have a true existence. What would a true existence be? That they would exist inside themselves, just existing. So, if we think the person truly exists, we design a test. We invite the person to raise their hand and to place it over their mouth, and then to squeeze their nostril. We now observe a self-existing entity. It's like that. It's so simple. We are interconnectivity. It's not that I am interconnected, one noun to another noun with some verb shuffling back and forth like a train at Gatwick Airport. It's not like that. Its interconnectivity is dynamic and moving, not between fixed points, but the points, if you like, how he is sitting, how I am looking at him, these are moving together in an exchange of expressions of energy and so on. So it's not thing to thing, but it's a potential that we each manifest. You see, the language is so terrible. That I was going to say that we each manifest, but rather is the potential of which we are a manifestation is moving. Why? Because it has the same ground. It's moving in a field of connectivity. So there's no need to impute any entities, any fixed items. What you find is this waving and weaving of interconnectivity. Nothing is established. Nothing is established. So in the text it talks of like a wave arising from the sea and going back into the sea. It's self-arising and self-vanishing. The wave is not pushed up by something, and it's not pushed back into the ocean by something. It's like our breathing is just open and close, and the heart's just pulsating. It goes into a rhythm, and that rhythm can continue for years and years and years. There is movement, but nothing is established. So we began by looking at the relative stillness of the shamatha sitting, where we just focus on the experience at the nostrils. And then we had the movement of scanning through the body. And these two principles, still and moving, we're now looking at in a different way. What is still is the space within which experience is arising. What is moving is the ceaseless occurrence of experience. Yeah? So since you got up this morning, experience after experience after experience has been occurring. Some happy, some sad, times you're hurrying, sometimes you're just at an even pace. Many different qualities have arisen and vanished and vanished. Not one of them has remained as a continuous defining feature of yourself. So you might say, yeah, but you know, I'm a man or I'm a woman. But when you're walking in the park, you're not a man or a woman. I mean, you could write some treatise that you always have a gendered perspective and da-da-da-da-da. That would be pointing to dependent co-origination, that because of the educational differences for girls and boys, very often women are more attentive to gardening than men. And because of that, they're more attentive to the possibilities of nurturing and the importance of keeping things going, because they've done that with very small babies. And they know that life equals attention. If you don't give attention to your tomatoes, they'll die. If you've got a dog, you can't leave it in the car, and so on. So that's not defining an essence. People aren't doing that because of some intrinsic truth, but they're engendered into a particular perspective due to the way society allocates resources, responsibilities, roles, and tasks, and so on. Habit formations are performative. They're not essential. You could learn to do different ones. And so the rise of feminism has changed many of the core definitions of women that were around 150 years ago. Women are still performing womanness, if you like. That is to say, you come forward to the world, you have to enact your embodiment, your style of speech, how you relate to other people, and so on. And there are scripts for that. And the scripts you can sometimes write, but mainly you modify in relation to your own personality and who you're with. Would that seem right? So your participation in the world, although it's fresh, you've had a shower, but you couldn't wash your clothes. You're putting on old clothes on a fresh body. Because these concepts hang in the air, you have to wear them because they're role determined. They're, if you like, the social currency. And no matter how much you scrub yourself, you're still having to put on this stuff which you're not quite comfortable with. Many of us have that. You go into work, you have to carry out roles. Why am I doing this? I don't agree with this, but you've got to pay the rent, you've got to earn some food. And so you have the theater of performativity, a showing, which is how you plug into the world and say, hey, I'm okay, I'm normal, give us the money. Because movement is dependent. Stillness is not dependent. Movement is always moving in the moving. You're moving with other people. So I'm sitting here on this chair, and if I stand up, which gets increasingly difficult, but now I have achieved verticality. So now I have to step up in order to step down because of the nature of the steps. I am stepping down according to the steps. I am the master of this body, and I will descend the stairs on the basis of how the stairs are. You know? So when you see that in yourself, you see the dream of mastery, of agency. I do this in relation to the field around me. So I'm participating in a world which arises for me in formation. So my forming, which is more dynamic, encounters the world of formation. Now, if I'm very fresh, I can see the world as forming as I form into it. But very often we see the world as almost preformed. Why? Because our concepts leap ahead of our senses. And we think, oh my God, I better not do that, or I better do this, I better fit in. I can see what they're like, they wouldn't appreciate that. And so I move into a world of stasis. I move into a world of status, of fixed forms, preformed. But actually, everyone is forming. So if we trust the moment, the dynamism, we can call each other forth into connectivity, into contact. But when we get anxious or rigid, and we presume that our assumption about the other is the truth, we imprison ourselves. Would that fit your experience? So that's very interesting, isn't it? I imprison myself on the basis of my knowledge. I need the knowledge in order to feel confident to act. But with that very knowledge, I imprison myself and restrict my ability to act. That's a twisted circle. So the more we see the openness of the ground of our potential emerging, and we do it in connectivity with the other, not acting onto them or acting because of how they are, but acting with them in our co-emergence, then there's something fresh and dynamic that's going on. So this is the goal of the practice, that there is no end to the ceaseless interplay of potential. Sometimes this is called the nirmanakaya, or kindness, or compassion, or being with. And what's important is it doesn't have any of the top-down assertion of, I am going to help you. So when we say the bodhisattva vow, we're thinking, I will work for the benefit of all sentient beings. That could be a kind of leadership role. And in the tradition, they say there are three methods for the bodhisattva. The bodhisattva can go ahead of all sentient beings, get enlightened, and then from that powerful position, free beings. Or the bodhisattva can go with everyone together, like a great cohort, and gain enlightenment at the same time. Or that the bodhisattva can go last and ensure that everyone has attained enlightenment first. So there's three potentials, and that will speak to your own tendencies. The key thing in each of these is, it's easy to say, I will help sentient beings. When you try to help sentient beings, it's much more difficult because they are not objects. They are alive, and you're alive dynamism and their alive dynamism have to find a way of being. So when we say, I will help to liberate all beings, or even I will liberate all beings, it means by loosening the fixity of my self-definition and self-positioning, and by releasing myself from the egoic, empowering interpretations of how other people are, I will stay open to the emergent moment and be with the emergent moment. And that's all I can do. Because if I have a plan and I impose it, I'm the boss. If you have a plan and you're imposing it on me, you're the boss. And so there is a fragmentation of hierarchy there. But if we want to have a participative field, there's a kind of calm presence which is clear and yet tentative. It's not gung-ho, it's not I'm in charge. You're here and you're ready to respond. And a bit like if you're doing a kind of pushing hands exercise, it shifts around who is leading and who is following. So in a good conversation that you have with a friend, that's how the conversation, isn't it? You don't have to mark it, now it's my turn. It just flows from someone telling a story to them going silent and you then respond. So there's a shaping out and a retracting in, just like the pulsation of our breath. And if the conversation goes well, the breath is flowing. We receive, we respond. We receive from emptiness. So if I see that the constituents of myself are stories I tell myself, and that I can tell different stories about myself, I can take all the factors of my history, and there's, as for all of us, there's many, many different things which have occurred. I can join these dots in different patterns according to how I relate to specific people. Again, it comes back, I am a potential. And what is the ground of that potential? It's not a homunculus, it's not some inner little person inside us. It is the space of potential. So, we're going to start looking for this space of potential. And we do it this time through these famous 5 questions. We could ask different questions. I'll describe the questions and then say a little bit about them, and then we'll do the practice. The questions are framed in terms of the mind. So the first is, does the mind have shape or color? You could apply this question to your sense of self. Do I have shape or color? The problem if you do that is it tends to take you out to thinking about the shape of your body, the color of your body, what you identify as being you. But if we keep the focus on the mind, it gives us more chance to see the emergent, the situational emergence of potential definitions, and we can observe directly whether they cohere, whether they form some definite, reliable truth that is there and enduring, or whether they arise and pass. Whether they arise and pass. They're like a kind of flash of lightning in the night sky. There's an illumination which is undeniable, but next time the lightning flashes, you see a different vista, in which case it doesn't establish a self or a mind which has these enduring qualities. So that's the first question. Does my mind have shape or color? Secondly, does it have a size? Is it big or small? which is for exploring, is my mind inside my body? Is it outside my body? Is my body in my mind? So these are not questions to be asked in an intellectual way, but rather we allow the question to arise and just sit with it and observe how our phenomenological presence, the presence that we have as the showing of different qualities and conditions, does this establish anything? Many things seem true in the moment of their manifesting, but do they endure? Is this how it is, how it truly is, how it always is? That's what we're looking for. So the third question is, does my mind come from anywhere? Then does my mind, if it is here, does it abide anywhere? Does it rest on anything? And then finally, does my mind go anywhere? Does it vanish? Do I lose it? So, let me run through these questions again in relation to something. Here's a pen. The pen in my hand, we can say, does it have shape and color? I think we would have to agree. It's got some transparent plastic and black plastic and a kind of rubbery bit to hold it on. That is to say, the pen has identifiable qualities. So if I see you holding this pen and I can't find my pen, I say, oi, that's my pen, because I have a memory of the shape of my pen. Does it have a size? Yeah, it can fit in my pocket. It's useful to me. If the pen had variable size, and I was off on a nice Friday afternoon adventure with Alice in Wonderland, then it would be more problematic. But it's reliable. It has a shape, a size. Does the pen come from somewhere? Yeah, relatively, it came through the post because it was ordered online, and it came from a factory. It came, God knows where, probably not made in England. You know, in the old days, we made many very good pens, but somehow Johnny Foreigner keep making them cheaper and better. So, imported pen, and does it stay someplace? Well, it stays where I put it. I put it in my pocket, I put it on the table. It has a place, and its place is always placed in relation to other things. So if I lose my pen, I have a rough sense of where to look for it, because there's a sort of familiarity in where the pen might be put. Yeah? Oh-ho. There we go. And then there is the vanishing of the pen. At a certain point, we can see as the ink level goes down, the penness of the pen starts to vanish. Because the penness of the pen is not an intrinsic state, it is a function. And the function is dependent on the presence of ink in the pen. And it's not a refillable pen. So the ink will go down, and then my pen will cease to function as a pen. It will be in name a pen, but it will be functionally a useless pen, and so it will be discarded. So it will come to an end. Yeah? So just take a few excuse me, just take a few minutes to look around the room and look at other people and see if you can identify anything at all which doesn't fit inside these 5 questions. Okay? Have a look around and then talk with a neighbor and see if you've managed to establish anything. Can you identify any of the normal physical items that constitute your world? Do you think any of them cannot be understood in terms of the 5 questions? Because you're going to the mind, but that's the second step. First of all, we want to see, what do these 5 questions illuminate about ordinary existence? Yeah. So you have a jacket that's made in a factory, you bought it in a shop, and so on. So our world is full of items which we are used to sorting out in terms of these pathways of inquiry. It's how we know that something is. It's a kind of guarantor. That would be the seal of relative truth that something exists, because it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Yeah? And it has a shape and a size, and this allows it to have qualities. So if we're clear about that, we can then think of it in relation to thoughts, feelings, memories, sensations. These are not outer objects as you would see in the world, but they are experiences that arise for you. So, does a thought have a shape and a color? Does it have a size? Sometimes thoughts might seem very big. They might seem to encapsulate everything, and sometimes they can seem quite small. Would that seem right? Do thoughts come from somewhere? Well, we certainly have the experience of not thinking about something and then thinking about something. So the thought seems to arrive, seems to be with us for a while, perhaps not very long, but the thought's there. So where does the thought stay when it's here? I mean, we all have thoughts, so it's not such a difficult question. When my thought arise, where are they?
In your mind, in your brain.
Where you pay attention.
In the brain, okay. In the mind, in the brain. Yeah. Well, that's a very interesting thing, because if you start from a materialist position and you say all mental events are generated by these movements of energy inside the brain, then of course we have to consider that the brain is not an independent phenomena, that the brain depends on the body and the body depends on the breath and the situation around. So the brain is then a kind of nexus, a kind of nodal point inside a vast complex system of interconnected factors which generate experiences, if you like. So there's no such thing as the brain by itself. As we looked before, you know, lungs and hearts and kidneys might be interesting for the chef, and they might be interesting for the butcher, but for us, we don't want them separated. We quite like them all connected and moving, because we are systemic. It is, and the thing about systems, it is the fluctuating pulsations of the possibility of communication between a metasystem and its subsystems, which is life itself. The permeability of the seeming skin around particular systems allows more or less communication. So when we breathe in, the surface of the lungs allow the absorption of certain potentials in the air, and they keep out others. And we need that, and we have this brain barrier to in some way protect what comes into the brain. The same for the baby in the womb, that there's a function so that problems in the mother's body won't be immediately taken into the baby's body, because the baby has many less possibilities of defending. So these are all about the flow of communication between, not things, we can call them things, and we talk about them as things, it seems to establish them as things, but actually these are arenas of arising, arenas of experience. And how that experience occurs will depend on what you're doing. So maybe you go to the doctor because they want to monitor your blood pressure. Your blood pressure. My blood pressure. Okay, so you arrive at the doctor and they say, sit quietly for 5 minutes. I say, I'm in a hurry. Can't we just do it? And they say, no, because your blood pressure now is the pressure of you running to get here on time. That's not your resting blood pressure. So how your blood pressure is depends on factors. And so these checks are having to take into account this multifactorial field of interaction. And the question about the mind and the brain in relation to Dharma is a special one, and I think maybe we can maybe come to it a bit later. For our purposes, to stay in the trajectory of this line of explanation, we have to take the mind as the knowing capacity, the capacity, the noetic capacity. Whether this is resting on a material basis or not becomes a question. In the tradition, they assume that it doesn't rest on anything material. In Western science, because it's based on materialism, they assume that it does rest on something. Both these trajectories of inquiry will illuminate certain things, but because the basic axioms or the grounding beliefs from which the inquiries arise are different, they're likely to take us in different directions. So it's quite important to think, when we're talking about the mind here, there is the mind as the coordinator of the interpretation of experience, and there is the mind as the display of experience. So the mind as the interpreter is normally called, in the Buddhist text, what we translate now as consciousness. In the Tibetan language, this is nampa shepa. Nampa means a shape or a form, and shepa means to know. So consciousness, in that way of thinking, is to know something. You apprehend shapes, you apprehend qualities, you think about something. It's a way of formative knowing. So you have the potential of experience coming through your senses, and then, according to the tradition, this is received by mental consciousness, mentation consciousness, which organizes the feed coming in through the senses into patterns of experience that we know. You know, I see a blue wall in the distance. I hear the sound of rustling or shuffling. I know something. And this is our normal sense of the mind, that it is a processing function which produces patterns and order and allows predictability, and this is how we function in the world, through our consciousness. And there are many, many descriptions of consciousness in the traditional Buddhist text. It's not perhaps the best analogy, but you could say that you still have people who consider there is pure science and applied science. So pure science is like pure inquiry. It's not a means to an end. If you're lucky enough to have the university department, there's infinite funds, you don't have to bother where the research is going, you just keep searching. But applied science is intentional. It's a means to an end. It's trying to achieve something. So this Buddhist notion of consciousness is like applied science. It is the mental functioning being directed towards the maintenance of the well-being of ourselves and those we care about. It can also be used for self-destruction. If somebody's planning suicide, planning to throw themselves under a train, that's also an act of consciousness, because they're thinking about who else is on the platform, where should I stand so that the train has enough impetus so that it's going to crush me when I jump under it. Is the CCTV camera monitoring so that somebody might already be thinking I look a bit weird and they're going to be coming down and keeping an eye on me? If you need to plan for suicide. In fact, a lot of planning goes into it. So that is consciousness. So you can plan for good and you can plan for ill. We have wars going on at the moment. A lot of money is spent on the development of weaponry, of various kinds. This is consciousness. Thinking about something, thinking about how to make more money, thinking about how to develop new drugs for the treatment of Alzheimer's, thinking about how to best kill people. Maximum dead, minimum expense. So consciousness has no conscience. It's simply illumination of the factors towards a task that's decided on. In terms of if the analogy works, the pure science, this is what we call awareness, which is simply knowing, simply illuminating. The traditional example is it's like a mirror. The mirror just shows. Put anything in front of it, beautiful, ugly, healthy, unhealthy, it simply shows that. It has no discrimination and no intention. It's not apprehending what's occurring and putting it into the best formation, the most useful formation. It simply shows. It is neutral and uninvolved, whereas consciousness has the bias of being in the service of our ego self. So we think, how can I optimize my welfare, the welfare of the people close to me? And that may entail the destruction of other people. So my gain is your loss. I mean, there is a kind of ruthlessness in a great deal of modern capitalism and how it proceeds, asset stripping of companies. We know that with the water companies in Britain, that so much of the profit went to shareholders and didn't go to the service of renewing the infrastructure of water provision. Now you look at it, the Thames Water Company, Southern Water Company, somehow we stupid people imagine, oh, they must be working very hard to give us good water because that's what it says on the tin. That's not what is going on inside. It's a whole other discourse is going on. So if you start to get a sense of the difference between attention to mental formations, thinking, memories, planning, feelings, and so on, and how that can be utilized in the service of optimal safety and enjoyment of life, that's primarily consciousness. This consciousness is the vehicle for our experience of relative truth. So relative truth is the truth where we operate within the, whatever we call it, paradigm matrix of duality, self and other. I experience this field of this set of others, that which is not me. There's said to be two aspects to relative truth. One is impure relative truth and the other is pure relative truth. So impure relative truth is when you see people, for example, and your response to these people is mediated through what are called the 5 poisons. Stupidity or mental opacity, mental dullness or assumption. That is to say, non-clarity towards the immediacy of the potential of the other and the classification of the other within my interpretive habit formation. Then you have desire, I want more of you, aversion, I want less of you, pride and jealousy. You could describe that in many different ways, but that's the way it's done in the tradition. These are conventional terms. They're not seen as being the whole story. When these 5 poisons pervade our consciousness, we as a person are up to something. You know, we are on about something. So I see you in terms of my desire, or my aversion, or my pride. When you say something nice to me and I think, oh, I should talk to that person more because they think I'm very nice. Oh, I'll suck this one in. And my self-formation is imbued with that flavor. And someone else is not so nice to me, and oh, perhaps I will not sit next to that person. Because consciousness is managing the profile or the topology of how we feel in the world with others, in the world with relation to others. When we recognize the function of these 5 poisons, and they are part, excuse me, inside duality, they are part of our potential. They're just around. They can always come in as mediators of experience. But once we start to not activate them, then we have, as it were, a pure relative truth in which there are appearances, but without the affective response that brings a personalized bias, but there is still a cognitive bias of thinking that they're real. Does that make sense? You would probably not have come here if this description of what we'd be talking about was on the tin. You have been lured into a weird... Because it is weird. It's very weird to think of ourselves in this way. And the reason it gets a bit heavy and dense and technical is because our experience is so subtle that we have to approach it from different angles to try to illuminate how it is. But if we see sometimes, like say you're just sitting in a park, and you see people walking by, you see a couple coming by and they're squabbling, you think, oh, bad luck. If your kids were coming by and they were fighting, you would be feeling something different. You would be pulled in. So that would be the 5 poisons taking you into an immersion because they are important for me. The couple who are squabbling are not important to me. I mean, in general, we wish people well, but they're not immediately, privately important to me. So these things happen. So we experience that in life. How much connection we feel brings us more or less involvement in what's going on. And if we get involved, we're going to have an affective reaction. So that's why relaxation, disidentification, non-attachment becomes the vehicle for allowing ourselves to see a situation without muddying the waters. You know, like with the traditional example, you have a muddy pond, you need to leave it so that gradually the kind of colloidal floating of the muddy particles may start to sink and the water becomes clearer. But every time you stir it, you get, again, this suspension hanging in the water and you have opacity. You can't see through it. So emotionally, that's what's done by what we call the gutter press, the Daily Mail. Shit stirrers, puddle stirrers, mixing to make thinking, simple mental clarity impossible because it's full of lies and deception and bias. And you, like Fox News, and it makes people crazy. Why? Because thinking is hard work. Even on an ordinary dualistic level, thinking your way through complex issues is difficult. Why bother? They're all bastards. You see? Insults, pejorative, denigration. It's quick and cheerful and easy. And we get a lot of it. That's impure relative truth. And the struggle to see clearly is much more difficult. But we also have absolute truth. And in Dzogchen, we are concerned with what is called absolute truth. Now, I'm aware that there are people here who've been studying Dharma things for many, many years, and other people who are very new to it. So I'm trying to cut across different ways of seeing this and not repeat myself too much. But absolute truth, or infinite truth, or just truth, is pointing to, is there something which is not created, not formulated, not compounded, but just is? That it is without artifice. It's not artificial. It hasn't been developed by mental activity, because And this is an assumption until you taste it directly for yourself. But the assumption is that the mind itself, this open awareness, is like the mother. And the mother has children, and the children are the thoughts and feelings and sensations which arise for you moment by moment. They arise from the mother, and they remain in the mother. They don't come out of the womb. So that our mind is like a womb within which our mental experience is flowing easily and yet is unborn. It doesn't become something. When the baby comes out of the mother's body and the umbilical cord is cut, this separation is usually marked by some kind of naming. Because now you have someone. I mean, in the old days in Christianity, they didn't like to baptize babies at that point. They would usually leave it a couple of weeks because there was a lack of desire to be burying Christians. Because as soon as you baptize and you name the child, then they enter into a particular fold, a social fold, an identified fold. So there's a kind of period in which this is kind of living limbo, not a limbo after death, but a living social limbo of non-naming. But normally, nowadays, we are naming the child, which gives us the basis for thinking about the child. Oh, they look just like their mother, or they're going to be like that, or I think they might have inherited that disease. There is someone to think about because you've cut the cord and they are now an autonomous person. They have a life of their own. So when we think about our mind and thoughts arise, do they have a life of their own? They are in the mind. So this would say your mental experience is more like a cloud in the sky or a rainbow in the sky than something which is a vegetable growing in the garden here. The vegetable comes out of the ground. You see the ground, you see the vegetable. You want to eat the vegetable, you don't want to eat the ground. These are two categories collaborating together but structurally back to back. Thought arises in the mind and vanishes. So, take a little time to sit with your experience. Do your thoughts come out of your mind? They arise maybe in your mind. Do they come out of your mind? Do your emotions go someplace? Do they stay someplace? Are they within, excuse me, the arena of your mind? Or do they have the capacity to exit that? Okay, have a wee look. Okay, what do you think? Would it be reasonable to describe these as internal experiences? Are they revelations of you or something else? You think, this is my thought, I'm thinking it. But if you were thinking in a rational, conscious way, would you think such a thought? So it might be then we might say, well, we have two classes of thoughts. We have thoughts that come to us, and we have thoughts that we think. So then we might want to inquire, what's the percentage of these two classes? We may like to believe that we are the thinker most of the time, but actually we may be the site of thoughts a lot of the time. And even when we are thinking, is the thought that I am the thinker honest and accurate? So, a sudden thought comes to me. I don't know which railway station I'll go from on Sunday. So I need to check that out with Huw, and then I need to think about the train times in the different stations. I'm thinking about these things on the basis of a thought that occurred. I wasn't thinking about railway stations before. That thought arises, and somehow I've jumped on the horse and I'm galloping along. Oh, so it's very interesting. It came to me, it became mine, and now I'm merged in it and it seems to be illuminating me and my life and my plans. And then it's gone. So if that's a lot of our mental experience, we see how we go into these little whirlwinds, these little constitutive patternings, and then they disperse. We're in it and gone. And that's what happens a lot in meditation, because you're giving yourself more time to be quiet and calm, and you realize, wow, I went off on one. But that's not caused by meditation. That's what's going on all the time. That we are illuminated by thoughts that arise, and then we seem to illuminate the trajectory of the thought by pursuing it. This is movement in the mind. So this morning we looked at these two aspects, stillness and movement. So it looks as if whatever arises in my mind is an aspect of movement. So then there's the question, is the mind itself moving or still? Okay? So we sit, just you can do it quiet sitting, you can do it with your eyes open or closed, however you like. After we've been sitting for a little bit, I'll say the first question and just continue with your sitting and try to be with that question without turning it into a dualizing inquiry. But so if the question is, does the mind have shape and color? Here you are, you're sitting. You're not dead, you're not asleep. The mind is there, and you know your mind is there because experience is arising. If you, just as if you look out the side of the car when you're driving and you see reflections coming, you know there's a mirror. The proof of the mirrorness of the mirror is the reflection, yeah? So if you like, the proof of the mind is the flow of mental activity, these reflections, this stream. So that's what your starting point is. I've got experience. But I don't want to focus on the experience. I want to, difficult to describe exactly how, but I want to open to the mind as the site of the revelation of experience. So if you go to the theatre, or you could think of this place. So here, as you're sitting, you've got the screens, and you can look. If we opened up the screens, that would look like a stage. So onto the stage, various things come and go. We stage an event. That is to say, we open up an area, an arena, within which things occur. Dancing, singing, people giving speeches, a play being enacted. In order for that to function, the stage must be empty. If you're particularizing the drama, you might put some props there that would bring a kind of mood that allows the actors to bring the magic of your involvement in the play. But even with a bare stage and no props, the freedom of the open space allows the possibilities of new positionings, right? So we're sitting, a drama is unfolding, We have thoughts, memories, sensations, and so on. Must be a stage. If this metaphor speaks to you, then what is the shape and color of this stage? You're sitting, it's undeniable, thoughts and so on are occurring. Where are they occurring? They're occurring in your mind. So how is your mind? Does it have shape and color? And then we'll go through the other questions, okay? So start by some quiet sitting. So, does your mind have shape and color? Does your mind have a size? Is it big or small? Does your mind come from somewhere? Does your mind rest anywhere? Does your mind go anywhere? Okay. So, this is your mind. This is the basis of all your experience. As we've been looking, experiences come and go. They are transient, they're conditional, and they vanish. Does your mind itself vanish? A thought might vanish. You might fall asleep. Does your mind vanish when you sleep? Do you have no mind? When you're present, thoughts and feelings are occurring. What is their relation to the mind? Do thoughts transform the mind? Or are they just within the mind? There are many texts you can read that elaborate how the mind actually is and give you, if you like, the answers to these questions from the point of view of the tradition. But what's particularly helpful, I think, is to struggle with these questions yourself. They seem kind of insane questions. Because if I ask you, what are you thinking? You can say something. Or I can say, how's your body? Do you have any sensation? Some of you are sitting on the floor. How are your knees? You can say something. Because that is an occurrence arising for your dualistic consciousness. I know my knees hurt, or I know I might need to go for a pee. This is what we know, that experiences arise and are interpreted and managed by these, if you like, interventions that we make to organize them and distill whether they make sense. If you remember being a kid and you're going out with your mum, and your mum says, have you been to the toilet? And you say, no. I think you need to go to the toilet. No. No, I really think you should go to the toilet. You don't like peeing in the street. You have to go to the toilet. But I don't need to go. I think you do. So the mother doesn't actually feel her way into the proprioception in the child's body, but she's got a fair idea of the capacity of the bladder of the child. And so the fact that the child doesn't know that they need to pee is something that we have as well. We don't always know on the basis of having a sensation. We tend to do it more, I've drunk a lot and I've got to go on a long journey, I better have a pee. So that's our consciousness managing the interpretation of the experience we've had before. I had 3 big glasses of water. Now I've got to go on a journey and it's on the motorway, you can't really stop there, so I better have a pee now, even if I don't need to. And then you go to the toilet and somehow you sing like Orpheus, calling, urine, urine. Not Eurydice, but urine. Yeah? It's very strange, isn't it? You just kind of bring yourself into a place where that becomes possible. That's now we're talking about known territory, and it all kind of makes sense. But here we're shifting it to the mind, the illuminator, the mirror, if you like. The mirror doesn't see itself. The mirror shows that which it is not. So when you have thoughts and feelings and memories and sensations, if you like, this is how your mind shows itself by not showing itself. You know? Now, you get these 5 questions, which are extremely annoying because they're saying, can you see what you can't see? So we have to struggle with it, and it's in the struggle that we really get it. You can't see the mind. The mind is not a thing. It's not an object of mental activity. So you can take your pulse, you can think whether you're hungry, you get a feeling, oh God, I need to stretch, I need to get some exercise. There are all kinds of interpretations that we make, but you can't interpret the mind itself. You cannot see the mirror itself. You see the reflection. You cannot see the mind itself. You see the transient content of the mind. And the mind is the site where stillness and movement occur simultaneously. The mind doesn't move, it's still, but moving within that stillness is all that we take to be our mental experience, our feelings and memories and so on. Because your mind has no content of its own, it doesn't obstruct the movement of experience. Yeah? Now let's just tilt it slightly and focus on our ego consciousness or our egoic sense of self. Thoughts arise that we don't like. I have thoughts. I think, fucking hell. So I'm being attacked by my own thoughts. This is unpleasant. This thought doesn't fit in the configuration, the idea I have about who I am as a person. That's ego consciousness. The mirror doesn't do that. Mirror, cut the throat of someone in front of the mirror. The mirror doesn't care, it just shows. It just shows. It's completely neutral. It doesn't take sides, it has no bias. It's the equanimity in a way which is very radical, very extreme. But our ego consciousness gets involved. It has bias because it has likes and dislikes. So the ego consciousness is always checking, what is the meaning of this for me? What is the meaning of this for me? Whereas the mirror is just showing this here for a while, they're gone for a while. Just this. Now, when you drive your car and the side mirror shows image after image after image, so many reflections come. You go to the petrol station, you check your tires, you might check the oil, you put in some fuel. Do you ask for a new mirror? I've been driving, 1,000 miles with this mirror. Maybe it's very tired. It could be worn out. I want a new mirror. We don't do that. The mirror doesn't get exhausted. It's just showing. And this is very interesting because the reflection is in the mirror. In the mirror. And that's exhausting. Because it's not the mirror, but it's in the mirror. So I got this skin thing, hives, where I got all these bumps and they were unbelievably itchy. It's just fucking unbelievably itchy. It's all over me. I think, what the hell is this? I lost my body, my usual body. I now had this body of irritation. So I take it dutifully to accident and emergency and say, help me, please. Because I don't want to have this body. Can I not have my old body back? Because the arising of this disrupts the continuity of my sense of self. So this is dualistic consciousness. When you have that experience, you're standing in relation to your experience. But the mirror is not like that. So if first we have to get some clarity on a sort of abstract or intellectual level, and then we can bring this into the meditation, which is what we're going to be doing, to enter the, whatever we call it, the state of the mirror or the openness of the mirror, so that we can be with the ceaseless flow of experience without being pulled into it. The ego gets pulled in. I tried with this skin condition, just sitting there. But at a certain point, I'm thinking, fuck, I can't, you know, as a person, as an ego participating in the world, I couldn't do anything. Because it was like a buffer zone between me and the world. There was just this constant irritation and unsettlingness. But the mirror doesn't have that. The mirror is just accepting. So that's how we can know whether we've slipped into or moved into a dualistic, egoic situation. It will get to you. Whereas if in the state of openness and awareness, you don't, because no reflection damages the mirror. No cloud damages the sky. No rainbow improves the sky. They're just there. They are illusions. But when we are in the realm of dualistic consciousness, then there is impact. Then there is distortion. How we deal with these distortions, that's a matter. I don't think we can block them. We have to live with them, but not on the top of our head. So if you start to get arthritis in your joints and you get a pain and you can't move, we have to then refactor, re-describe our map of ourselves. I am somebody who moves with difficulty. I wasn't before, but how I was before does not provide accurate account of how I am now. So how I was before becomes punitive if it puts a negative reading on how I am now. Because if this is my condition and I have to watch in cold weather, washing in cold, my hands get sore, this is how it is. So I want to keep it in neutral, if you like. I'm not likely to put it in positive, but I don't want it to slip into negative. Because if it's negative, then you start brooding and thinking about it and you feel hard done by and so on. It's just this. It's just this. Give it a bit of space. This is my life. We hurple a bit when we walk. We don't breathe so easily. We don't maybe sleep so well. Digesting food is more difficult. That's how it is. That's how it is. So if we can relax with how it is, it remains within the mirror. We're not denying that it's happening, but once you split it off as this is happening to me and I don't like it and I don't want it to happen, but the doctor can't do anything about it. People with chronic back pain often get that. Surgeon can't do anything. The nerves are a bit trapped and suddenly it will start really hurting. That's just how it is. Easy to say, very difficult to do. To relax into the experience without merging with the experience, so the experience remains, as it were, internal, the way the reflection is internal to the mirror, and it doesn't mark the mirror. Does that make sense? So this is the particular quality of Dzogchen practice, of awareness, presence with, without being conditioned by what is occurring, without being pulled into reactivity towards what is occurring, but just present with it as it is. Okay, shall we have a cup of tea now? Have a break? So these 5 questions are about profound freedom. because we ask these questions of ourselves. And if it seems a bit hazy or confusing and we think, I don't know, maybe I need to ask someone else. What is the meaning of that structure? Thank you very much. The true meaning or value of my existence will be revealed to me by someone else. They know me more than I know myself. Now, that might have been true when you were 18 months old, but it's probably not true now. How come I don't know how I am? Because we look with selective attention. We don't see the whole picture. We see the reflection and not the mirror. We see what's arising in the mind. We seek patterns in it. We seek to develop it in the ways we want, but we don't see the whole shebang. We could not possibly have so many experiences if the mind was filling up with stuff. These experiences arise and vanish. They arise and vanish. It is the openness of the stage, the empty stage, that allows all the different dramas and dances to be performed. It's the openness and emptiness of your mind that allows the millions of events which have occurred since you were born. All the richness of your life, the strange experiences, the happy experiences, all has been able to occur for you because of the basic openness of your mind. Now, you may have resisted it, you may have had regrets and so on, but events arise into that space. They are the showing of the potential of that space. So it's very important to go back to these 5 questions again and again until it becomes manifestly clear, my mind is not a thing. Now, if my mind is the basis of my experience, that would indicate that my experiences are not things either. So the approach to our life occurring within the frame of duality, the split of self and other, is concretized by reification, by taking events to be real in themselves and to be indicators of reality. You know? I feel sad. Oh, James, why are you sad? I don't know, I just feel sad. And we get a sense of something has happened to James. He is sad. It's a little bit heavy. So you're just sad. Sadness comes, sadness goes. What are we supposed to do about it? But I'm sad. Oh, help me. Make it real. Make it real. You know, and so always with kids, you've got to say, come and have a hug. Let me kiss it better. And then it's better. Because the child's always on the edge. Am I corps de ballet or prima donna? Oh. So you can exploit any event to get more limelight. Events arise, come into the light and vanish out of the light. And then another, and then another. It's never the last show in town. So it's the stream of experiences passing through. So how should we approach this and bring it into our lived experience? The Dzogchen teachings, it said, comes in a lineage which came from Samantabhadra, the always good. Samantabhadra is a Buddha. He's called the primordial Buddha, the original Lord. He is the state of awareness that has never been contaminated. So every other Buddha has become a Buddha as the result of following a path and purification and so on. So we know the story of Shakyamuni. We can read the stories of his previous life and all that he went through. And then what he did in his life when he was born in this rich family. He overcame the odds. He found a moment of clarity and he awakened. He became a Buddha. we also are wandering in samsara. We also have a lot of confusion and bewilderment. And so we are wanting to go from the darkness into the light. This is such a foundational image in Indian philosophy, Hindu and Buddhist. From darkness into light, the darkness of ignorance, the swamp of samsara, into open clarity. How do we do that? We have to rely on those who are already in the light, who have already accessed the open possibility. Samantabhadra communicated his experience directly with Vajrasattva. Vajrasattva means indestructible being. Vajrasattva is manifestation without any egoic concern whatsoever. So in the tradition, we make use of Vajrasattva for purification. You recite the mantra and so on, and the purifying light and the nectar, the dutsi, flows through you, and all the limitations of your existence are washed out. He is able to do that because he is not contaminated by anything. That was the blessing of his connection with Samantabhadra. This might seem all like stories and constructions, but it has lines of meaning through it which are helpful. Samantabhadra is described as kada, primordially pure. His pureness has never been compromised. He's never been in samsara. Dorjisemba manifests on the cusp between nirvana or liberation and confusion. That's why he's good at purification, because he understands the structure of delusion and ignorance. His quality is what's called drime dagpa, purity which is free of stains. So if you're having a coffee in bed and you spill it, get it stained, you might have to take it to the cleaners and they clean it well. So there is no trace of the stain, but you know it was stained. So this is a purity free of stains, but it had been stained. That is to say, its purity is conditional on the act of purification. So it's not intrinsic, it is derived. And this is important for us as meditators, because often we're reading about the intrinsic and pure from the very beginning and so on, and then we sit to do our practice, and it's not quite like that. It's kind of messy and confused, and we think, whoa, it's so far away. But the issue is that everything which is an obscuration or a merging or a confusion is within the openness of the situation. It's like you look in the mirror and someone is beside you and you watch them being stabbed. You see the knife coming into them, the blood coming out, you see them grimacing in their face. You're seeing it. This is a reflection in the mirror. It's there and not there. You didn't see someone being killed, you saw a reflection of someone being killed. The mirror was not sullied by the image. The image was sullying. It's a disturbing image. I personally don't like horror movies. I kind of watch it and think, wow, because it's designed to get you. It's designed to have an impact on you. And you can't function in the world and you can't have any degree of compassion unless on this manifest level, you're going to be impacted by what arises for you. But nothing has happened. It's a reflection. It's like the reflection of the moon on water. It's like a rainbow. It's like an echo, like a mirage. Appearance which is empty. Not the appearance of something, but an empty appearance. So that's the quality of Dorje Semba, that when we do, let's call them bad things, and these bad things arise from our limited perception. Maybe we lie, or we cheat, or we cover up something, or we say we have more love for our partner than we actually feel in that moment. We're engaged in a kind of artifice of constructing something to keep the show on the road. In ordinary language, you might say we're in bad faith with ourselves. We're not being true to ourselves. We're presenting an image which is not genuine, which is not a display of how we actually are. And there's a kind of sullying or contamination that goes with that. Vajrasattva is perfect for purifying that, because he says from the very beginning, this has just been mental events. When you say, no, I really love you and I really want to be with you, and I'm not going to tell you I've been to the lawyer to work out how much a divorce would cost. You're in bad faith with the person. Are you in bad faith with yourself? No, I know what I'm doing. I'm not fucking daft. I want to check out with the lawyer what it's going to cost me. But I'm in bad faith with you because you're the cause of my trouble. I'm going to nail you. That's the thing, if you're a therapist, you hear so many divorce stories and stories of lawyers and blah, 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 blah. It's like being an attendant in a public toilet. So all these things happen in people's lives and they feel stained by it, spoiled by it. They've lost the innocence of their youth. They're older and wiser, but sadder. And they have less hope because they can see it coming. All of these constructions are illusions. They have no substance to them. Oh, I've been here before. You have not. This moment is always fresh. Repetition compulsion. No, nothing is ever repeated. Everything is just this. Just this. Because each time something emerges, it's just this. It's fresh. The chain of history and development is not there. So purification is fresh start, fresh start, fresh start. With each breath, with each moment, a fresh start. When you don't give yourself a fresh start, when you have a cumulative image of yourself, you're building up a picture of who you are, then it gets heavy and burdened. But because this construction is the construction of an illusion, it can be purified. If it was real and true, you couldn't purify it because you would be indelibly stained. And when you are upset about something in your life and you really regret, it's as if the charge sheet is written with indelible ink on your heart. You can't wash it out. But it's not true. It happened. The event is gone. You're hanging on to the trace of the event. You're taking the echo to be the true sound of the event. But the echo's fading with every repetition. So the purification lies in seeing the empty, illusory nature of the event. And if you catch it in the moment, you save yourself all that spiral. That doesn't mean carte blanche to do whatever you like, because you may have clarity, but other people may not have clarity. So you may understand how to behave in your life, but you don't do it in front of children because children can't work out what's going on. So shh, not in front of the children. So when you have some clarity, it's all an illusion, but your friend's upset because their partner's left them. You can't say it's just an illusion. That would be cruel and mean. You say, check your bank account. It's the most important thing, because if you've got a joint bank account, that's where the badness begins. The shifting of the money, it's a sure sign something's going wrong. So, anyway, from Dorji Senpa, it goes to Gareth Dorji. And Gareth Dorji brings the teaching into our human world. So this is presented as a revelation of the truth. That what is hidden from us, because we are in our dualistic consciousness, taking everything as quite real in our emotional, our affective reactivity. We think and think and think, but we can't think our way out of samsara. We try and we try, but we get it wrong and we don't know what to do. Gareth Dorji says, you've made a mistake. You started in the wrong place. You're starting with yourself. I'm in a mess. I need help. I need to get better. Don't start there. If you start there, you have a very long road. Gareth Dorji says, it's quite simple. And then when he leaves this world, he rises up in the sky and he makes these 3 famous statements. And these are his legacy, and this is the beginning of all the Dzogchen teachings. So, the first one in Tibetan is Ngorang Toktu Trapa. And Ngo, or Ngo means your face. And your face indicating your true face, or who you really are, who you truly are. Toktu means on, here and now, exactly on the point of your original face as it is. Tropa means both to be introduced and to not recognize, because it's not a recognition, but it's a kind of getting it in the way you get a joke. You, it's that. So it's uncovering yourself by seeing your own face. So when we look for the mind, and we go through these questions, my mind, I can't find. I can find my shoes, I can find my watch, but I can't find my mind. I'm not dead, I'm not asleep, mind is here, but I can't find it. My mind is not within the register of the known. It is not like anything else, it's not like everything else. It's not a thing among things. So we might say, well, there's anger and there's desire. These are both strong emotions. So these can be located in the family of emotions and they're oppositional. But the mind cannot be located in any category. And we look again and again. Well, does it have a shape? No, I can't find any shape. I find shapes emerging in the mind. You become aware there's a plane. Where is the plane? It's in your mind. I mean, you can work it out geographically and in terms of aerodynamics. Clearly, the plane is not in your mind if you take your mind to be what's inside your bone box. But if you hear, when you hear the plane, this is in your awareness. You hear a car backfiring, it's in your awareness. You hear a little mouse squeaking, it's in your awareness. Everything is within the mind. All experience is within the mind, but you cannot experience your mind. The mind reveals experience, but the mind itself is never an object of experience. So this is the essential teaching. If you really see this, and you apply it when you look, not telling yourself the story, not memorizing it so that you can repeat it back to yourself as a narrative, because that's just another cover-up. But you really stay with it. So when there's an event And, you know, we're sitting here, things are going on. You look around, you see different people. It's experience. I'm here in this room having many different experiences. I experience the color of people's hair, the kind of clothes they wear, and so on. What I don't experience is the experiencer. And yet, I'm not in the dark. So, I am self-illuminating awareness, but I illuminate myself not as an object, because I am not an object. I am not a thing. So we can call that presence. It's very tricky to find good language to describe this. Hopefully out of many people's practice, people immersed in European languages will start to develop a vocabulary that is more evocative and precise. But at the moment we struggle with this. So you're present, you're here. You know what your present is. It's not something high and mystical. But your presence isn't a thing. Your back is a thing. You can have sensation of your back. You can have an itch up your nose. You can have a thought, a feeling. But your presence, your simple being here-ness, your awareness is not a thing. It is the self-illuminating illuminator which is never illuminated by the other. That makes sense? The self-illuminating illuminator, it's got its own light, yeah? But it's not illuminated by the other. Anything that anyone has ever told you in your life has been a lie. If you take you to be your mind. When you were young and gorgeous, someone said, "Oh, you're so lovely." They said that. We remember. They said that. Who were they talking to? Their image, their response to you as they interpreted you. You were neither beautiful nor not beautiful, because the mind does not have definable qualities, but it is the revealer of all the experiences to which identifiable qualities could be put. Yeah? So that's really important. This is our fundamental freedom. You can't catch me. I can't catch me. I am uncatchable. I am not a thing. I am this almost insane sense of here I amness, except it's not really here I am, it's here I. It's just I. It's just presence open with all this stuff going on, within which I am, which brings it a little bit more kind of presencing or showing, and then I am for you, or I'm happy to see you, which is again a particularizing as I go towards the other. So that's one way of looking at what are called the three kayas, the three aspects of the Buddha, the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, the Nirmanakaya. Dharmakaya is just I. Just I, if I is simply presence, I. I mean, you just say I. Let's say it out loud. I. It's here and it's empty. It's got no content. It's pure potential. It can go in any direction. Once you say I am, it's a bit thickening, isn't it? You're starting to add the flour to the sauce. It's thickening. I'm pleased to see you. It's now congealing. And that's okay as long as it's hot. But cold, congealed sauce, not so good. So if it's authentic, it takes on that shape or that formation. Does that make sense? So the Nirmanakaya is as we manifest into the world of appearances as a flow of appearances arising in interaction with other appearances. There are no people. There are no truly existing people, But what we are, each of us, in this moment, is the expression of potential in different ways. How you are now will never be repeated. It's not how you were in the morning. It's not how you were yesterday. This moment, each moment, is unrepeatable because it's arising with the other. Even if you're on your own, say you're very sad, you draw the curtains, you don't want to go outside, and you're just there, you're with your thoughts. The self is reflecting on its history, on its future. So it's a dialogic interaction. The Nirmanakaya, or as I translate it now, the apparitional dimension, or the apparitional display. It's like an apparition, like an illusion. Is there something buzzing away? Yeah. Any buzzers are available? Buzz, buzz? Okay, so this illusory formation of ourselves arises in relation to the illusory formation of other people. And that sounds like a lot of work trying to sort that one out when it's obvious I'm here and you're here. What the fuck? It's a done deal. I exist, you exist. Let's shut up and go out. Go to the pub. Friday night, come on. What on earth are we doing? Well, we know the consequence of taking it real because we get trapped and we get stuck and we find ourselves caught up in patterns that we can't change because we're entrained, we're enmeshed, we're woven into this texture in which how you think about me seems to define how I am. And there's no freedom in that. So freedom comes from the ground, which is the Dharmakaya. The mind is open and empty. And this open emptiness shows itself as these bright appearances in our mind, thoughts, feelings, memories arising, coming and going, endlessly patterning our experience. And with that, we step into the world and we respond. It's always like that. We're always responding to circumstances. Always responding. The mood of our response could be light and connective, or is it going to be self-referential? So, coming down on the train, I went into the quiet compartment. It says it on the windows. It says it on the door. 3 young women get on, clackety, clackety, clack. Do I say something to them? They're not speaking in English. They're happy and they're having a good time. I'll just look out the window. Does it matter? Yes, it matters. They shouldn't fucking do it. That is the potential of the ego. And it's so interesting, isn't it? Because you can cut it anyway. For some reason, I was irritated and then it didn't matter. Some people get irritated and they go up and say, excuse me, you shouldn't be talking here, you need to go somewhere. That's the tendency of the ego to sort it out. But if we relax and we think, this is sound and emptiness, who is disturbing me? I am disturbing me. I am reacting with my little rule book, they shouldn't do that. This is the quiet compartment. I'm winding myself up. Leave them alone. Look at your own mind. It's a very big difference, isn't it? So if we're participating in the world centered in ourselves, and we see how we've taken a handful of karmic spices and thrown them into the stew, we're tasting our own prepositioning, our own prejudices. Think, oh, the world doesn't need my history. Other people don't need my opinions. I often experience this in London, because in London, everybody blanks everyone else. There's no possibility of speaking. But I grew up where people did speak. And often when I'm passing people, I see them wearing something nice or they look happy, and I just want to say, oh, you seem happy today, that's great. Can't say it. Somehow there's this invisible prohibition. And it's very interesting because it would be experienced as an intrusion, because that's how the culture has tilted. Don't intrude on someone else's separate sphere of activity. And I used to find that really annoying. I used to think, oh, this is the end of civilization. We're drifting apart. You know, everyone's in their own little fucking bubble, da, 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 da. And then, of course, oh, it's me again. It's fucking me. I'm the one that is wanting the world to be different. I'm the one that would like to say something. That's my need. They don't have a need for it. They're happy. Release the impulse. Release the habit. It's just a little wobble. It's gone. Then there's a space. It's very important because the world's going to change beyond our recognition with climate change, the decline of the British economy, the rise of immigration and so on. We're going to have a very conflicted culture with these wallies who want to be our leaders. You know, it's a shameful display of human incompetence pushed forward. A bunch of tossers, really. You know, Mr. Cardboard leading the Labour Party and Sleazy Guy leading the Tories. I mean, it's not much of a joyful party. So there's going to be a lot of provocation. And the thing about provocation, it seems to come from out there to onto me, and then the urge is to react. So what we have to do is to dissolve it. So if we remember this, you can see these Thangka paintings, the moment of the Buddha's enlightenment. He's sitting under the Bodhi tree, and the Mara demons, they're firing arrows at him. And as the arrow comes close to him, it turns into flowers. Very beautiful image. So if we don't react, if we don't reify and solidify, it stays light and easy. It's just people talking. It's just the patterning of delusion. Nothing to get excited about. So that's how the three kayas can move together. So what Gareth Dorji is saying here is, on your own face, on the unconfected, uncooked, unelaborated immediacy of just being here, pure presence, I, on that, recognize yourself, awaken to yourself, be introduced to yourself. You are open, empty, available. You're sitting, open, empty, available. Thoughts come and go, they come and go. If you don't grab the thought, it's already going. It comes by itself, it goes by itself. Mind is open. It's empty, it doesn't have its own content. Behind me is a painting. This painting is not a mirror. This painting is full of itself. Yeah? Quite a nice painting, but it is limited by being full of itself. If it was a mirror, the mirror would endlessly fill with reflections. It would fill with the other. So, in ordinary language, we might even call that empathic attunement, that you have space in yourself to receive the other, to offer hospitality to the felt sense of the other, and to respond in harmony with that. That makes sense? The painting can't do that. The painting is stuffed full of itself. It self-validates, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Whereas the mirror offers endless new possibilities. So when the mind, what he's saying is, know your own face, your own presence, your here-ness, the immediacy of being present. When with this open and empty, anything can arise in that space. It is infinite hospitality. Because it doesn't have a self or a self-configuration or a defined inner definition. It is availability, pure and simple. So you know that. Your mind fills with all kind of shite. Some good things, some bad things, all kind of weird stuff. You're sitting in a meditation. Weird, weird, weird. Weird. That is the Dharmakaya. This is why Dzogchen teaching is different from the general teaching. General teaching says, well, if your mind's all over the place, you need to work at it. You need to improve it. Improve the quality of the content of your mind. Here we look and we see these patterns are arising, these patterns are arising. They can only occur because the mind has no fixed content. The way my mind fills with grief or sorrow or rage is exactly the unborn emptiness of the mind, not oppositional. You don't have to get rid of the stuff to find the empty mind. It is because the mind is empty that it's full of shit. Yeah? So if you think of the worst times in your life, when you felt despair and hopelessness and lost, you're full of stuff, except there's no stuffness to it. What makes it stuff is your belief that it's real and it defines you and contains you, but it's just arising in your mind. And when you try to grasp it, it slips away. It's like trying to catch water. Wow. So when my mind is full, it's full because it's empty. The cup has something in it. If I want to put some orange juice into it, I have to empty the cup. Otherwise, the existing content would contaminate the new content. But the mind is self-emptying. And therefore, fresh content is always possible. This is the essential teaching. Don't worry if your mind is a mess. You see, in the teachings, in the books, in the Tibetan books, it says this again and again. It says, some great meditators come to the teacher and say, Master, I don't know what to do. I'm always angry. I'm always confused. I can't bear it. I've tried for so many years. The teacher says, don't worry. Just stay with the one or on the one who is angry. On the one. Not into the future, not into the past, not commenting about it, not merged in and being it, but just stay on the point of the emergence, which is the here and now. Moment by moment, your life is arising, isn't it? You're sitting here with the flow of experience and experience and experience. Now, because the mind has no shape, doesn't have a front and a back, so it's not coming at you from here or there that you could predict. It can come in any bloody direction. Thoughts, whoosh, pick us up, throw us down, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not the movement. We are the movement, we're not the movement, we are the openness. We're always the openness and sometimes the movement. Just like the mirror, just like the mirror. Formations coming and going, coming and going. The texts say self-arising, self-liberating. Rangsha, like the sun rising in the morning, and self-liberating, self-dissolving. You don't need to pull it in, you don't need to make it happen, you don't need to get rid of it, it's going by itself. So we're just sitting, open, Dharmakaya, mind is open. Within that, different forms arise. This is the lucidity or the illuminating power of the mind. And with that, you can then move into the world being with others. And you don't know how you're going to be. We don't know how we're going to be. I don't know what I'm going to say. I'll just sit here and blether. Words come out of my mouth. I don't know where they come from. It's not my fault. I'm not responsible. Where do they come from? They just come out, don't they? They come out and they go. Don't know where they go. Maybe in your ears, I don't know. Do they go in your ears at all, do they? So the words come out. We don't do it. It happens. It happens as the mood of the meeting. Because I'm here with you, this conjunction, this meeting brings about the expression of the teaching. Because we meet with an openness to inquire into how it is. And this is the constellating mood or factor whereby teaching can occur. I'm not doing the teaching. I don't know what I'm going to say. So I follow my teacher's instruction, which is don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't plan. Don't have any structure. Just be with people, because it comes from the connectivity. That's why I'm sitting here on my little, whatever it is, day bed, not allowed to sleep, because I'm looking at you. I'm trying to feel the mood of connectivity which is between us, and this is the facilitating factor. Goodwill connectivity leads to everything. The illumination of our minds comes when we trust and open. And we can only do that if we feel that we are in it together. We are all of a piece, all at once. So in the teachings, it talks of these two aspects. The Dharmakaya is kada, is pure from the very beginning. And the manifesting Sambhogakaya and Imanakaya are hlundrup, which means instantly arising or effortlessly occurring. Hlun means a little heap, and drup means accomplished or made. So it means made all at once. So it's not really made, it's just at once, all at onceness. So that's what we live, isn't it? All at onceness. Moment by moment, all at once, all at once, all at once. We don't do it, we don't make it. The ego story is an obscuration for the fact that connectivity allows life to flow beautifully. If you start with open availability and through that feel direct connectivity, then everything moves well. But if you start inside yourself thinking, what will I do? What will I say? And what will I say to you? And how will you respond? Gets so heavy and clunky because now we have a problem. I'll get it wrong. Well, how will I get it right? How will I know if you've understood what I'm trying to say? This great edifice of conceptualization becomes a barrier between us, whereas we just connect. We just connect. So that's the nature of the three kayas, which is revealed in Gareth Williams' first statement. Then he says, Takchik toktu chepa. Takchik means, it's like moment by moment. On top of each moment, on top of each occasion, on top of each kind of event. Chepa means to decide, or it can mean confidence. Be clear about what you're doing, except it's not an injunction to the ego that we should be clear about what we're doing. Stay with the ground, the openness of your mind. Events occur. Stay with what is occurring. Don't turn it into a problem. But what does it mean? Why did they say that? What should I do with it? Once these questions come in, they're like a little wedge, and the wedge goes into the crack because you're not quite the whole circle yet. You're still trying to bring your fragmented aspects into an integrated picture, and the question, oh, what happened there? The wedge goes into the crack and opens it up. And then you have to think about it. You have to make sense of it. And you're on the outside again. You've thought yourself out of awareness because you trusted the thought and not the unborn awareness. So that's what it means. It's not being confident that you've got it sorted, but that you trust. Less effort. Here I am. Here I am. So, of course, many habitual messages arise in our mind. We have a long habits of wandering in samsara and having an education that was based on duality and public media all the time. So there's lots and lots of ways of posing unhelpful questions to ourselves. And we let the questions in because they seem relevant, they seem useful, they seem as if they might reveal something. And then we have to think. The question arises as a dualistic formulation. It will reveal something. It will reveal another pattern of duality, another pattern of me in a world, and I think it's like this. It will constellate another opinion, another conclusion, another judgment. A lot of what arises in our mind is useless, irrelevant. It's just stuff. Leave it as neutral. Like the text says, self-arising, self-vanishing. You don't need to get rid of it because thoughts are always going. You get some funny emotions or doubt or confusion, or you think, oh, maybe I should study Advaita Vedanta instead, or maybe I should do a Nundra, or maybe I should do this or that, or, yeah, maybe, who knows. Could do any of these things. But the problem is not what you choose to do, but it's the very question that catches you, that says, this is not enough. What it says is, awaken on your own face. Awaken on the actual unborn presence of your open, empty, radiant mind. This is Rigpa. This is the clarity of the mind. But Lidl's got it cheaper. Have you checked their prices? They're amazing. The quality's not bad either. I think the Gelugpas are into something. They've got Mahamudra. Yeah, it's really good. The mind's shooting off here, there, and everywhere. Because what's required here is balance. When you go for something, you're off balance, but because you're going towards something, you don't fall down. Because the volition of grasping pulls you into a almost there. But here, just stay open. This is it. Nothing to be done. How bad a boss are you? How many redundancy notices are you willing to write? Because that's what you're doing. These thoughts are arising, these habit formations are arising. Unemployment, unemployment, unemployment. We're closing the factory. You can't close the factory. We've got kids, they're going to school, they've got summer holidays coming. Factory's closed. They get you, these thoughts. It seems bad. They're so familiar. They're so seductive, like the sirens on the rock calling out to Ulysses, come, come. Follow us and find deep meaning. But the deep meaning you already got, which is relaxed, open, empty, available. The openness is not blocking arisings, but it's not selective about arisings. It's not saying that any arising is better than any other because they're all empty. They're equal in their emptiness, but their utility depends on the context. That's quite an important thing. They're all equal, but on a particular occasion, being in a particular way with a person is more useful than being in another way. But it's not starting with the formation, it's starting with the space. Because when your mind's relaxed and open, everything is within that. So everyone here is in your mind. It's in your mind. And as you respond to people, you do it according to the thoughts and patterns and feelings which arise in your mind. But if you started with the space, then it's as if here, this is a interaction of illusions. Illusion doesn't mean it's nothing at all. It means it's an appearance and emptiness. There's no fixed person inside. Each person here is like a cornucopia, you know, the horn of plenty. So many thoughts are arising. So many feelings are arising. There is no end to you being you, because being you is not being something, it's being excess. It's being an infinitude of displays, of responses, of potentials. Do you get the difference? It's so vital. I'm not a thing. You're not a thing. You are the site of the emergence of infinite potential. That's true of all of us. Since you woke up this morning, how many experiences you had? Thoughts about the past, thoughts about the future, different kinds of emotions, bubbling up and bubbling up and bubbling up. There's no end to that. So, if you trust the openness, and the openness is the site of the bubbling up, then there's going to be bubbles. You'll be fine. But I want to know how it should be. What's the right way of doing it? Doesn't apply. There is no right way to do it. There are right ways to do choreographed activities. So in the tantric tradition, there's giving initiations, and you have to have the right tormas and flags, and all kinds of ingredients are necessary because it's a ritual. It's magic. If there's a ballet, different ballets require different costumes. For some you wear a tutu, for others you wouldn't. There's a kind of regulation of appearance. There's right and wrong. But from the ground there is no right and wrong. There's fitting. And I'll just emphasize this one last time. The fit arises with conjunction. We're in it together. We have our connectivity, and that connectivity gives rise to whatever emerges between us, for us, with us. Yeah? It's not that you could plan it beforehand, because it's not a unidirectional communication. It's not a monologue. It's an emergence. Your attention to me here, your interest in this, is my speaking. It's not me speaking at you or to you. I'm speaking with you, and your being with me in this speaking is the experience of being here in this. This is non-dual. This is emergent together. So, what he's saying here is, don't put what has become clear, or at least a bit clear to you, don't put it into question. Don't doubt it. Because if you think about it, you will make it a thought or an appearance among many. You will have taken the openness and turned it into an entity and started to work out how you would locate that entity. So, if thoughts arise, if doubts arise, if the feeling, excuse me, I should do something different, or another path might be better, if that arises, don't do anything with it. Just leave it. Thought came. If it comes back again, then you just be with it. If it's really, really true, it's going to catch you. But it's very probably simply a transient thought, got some propulsion from previous events with some karmic energy behind it, which means it belongs in the past. It's not really relevant in the present, but you get caught into the habit formation. You're just sitting. Now, as you're sitting, the mind is dull and stupid. I heard about enlightenment, the shiny one. Waiter, I think this isn't what I ordered. I've got the dull, stupid, can't meditator. But the dull, stupid, can't meditate person is also the radiance of the Dharmakaya. Now, I used to sell second-hand cars, so I can assure you of the quality of this idea. I'm not selling anything. If you look at your own mind, you will see, weird as it is, it's true. When you sit and the mind is dull and you feel hopeless, this is an experience. If you stay with the experience, it's occurring, it's arising, and it vanishes. If you take it as a truth, as a message of what's going on, and you say, what can I do? My mind gets very dull. This is what happens to me. You've solidified the structure. You've now got a problem, and before you had an experience, and the experience was transient, but the problem, because you're carrying it around with you, that is your imprisonment. That's the fetter that you have. That's a mind-forged manacle. You've created a restrictive thought and think it's telling you the truth. So you go to the Lama and they say, oh, you should do Doji Senpa. Do another Nundro. Do 10 million prostrations. That will help. Why not? They can say anything they like. That will help. It's good. Do a good thing. That will help. What is the problem? The problem is you have solidified an experience. So the teaching says, stay on the arising. Don't separate from it and turn it into something that's happening to me. If you sit in the here and now, which is the only place you ever sit, you are only ever in the here and now. You're not in the future, the past gone. It's just this. And if you're just with this, this is experience. The experience arises and passes. Oh. And no experience that arises defines the ground or the source. No reflection defines the mirror. So when you have difficult practice, or when your life's chaotic, and when you feel miserable, oh, this is an experience. This is a reflection in the mirror. It has no substance. I can make it real for me by believing in it, by brooding on it, by imagining it has some deep truth to tell me. But actually, it arises and passes, arises and passes. So then it has the third statement from Gareth Williams. He said, Dengdrol Toktu Chepa. Dengdrol means trust in liberation. Trust that whatever seems to catch you will go free by itself. If you stay on that, if you stay with that, then there's nothing else to do. You don't need any antidotes. You don't need anything else to be added if you just stay on that one point. Now, staying on that point is a bit difficult, and tomorrow we'll look a bit at secondary practices and other things you can do to bring a bit more variety into the practice, because it can feel quite bleak to sit with your mind in a dull, heavy state and not be in that dull, heavy state. When we say your mind, it's not your mind as a possession. The you is sort of just indicative. It's pointing, oh, this is arising. I am present with the arising. And he's saying, if you stay present as the openness, as the here and now, within which everything is emerging and vanishing, this is freedom. You will not be caught. But when you get the conceptualization, this is happening to me, and you feel like the victim or the object that is being caught by circumstances, or you imagine that you should live your life in a different way. I shouldn't be living in the city. If I was living in a quiet place in the country, meditation would be better. There's maybe some truth in that, but if you've got to live in the city, that's where you are. Wherever you are is the best place to do the practice. Here and now is always the best place to do the practice. The practice you don't do today, you won't do tomorrow, because tomorrow's another story. It's got your practice time for tomorrow. Here and now is all there is. So thinking somewhere else is better, some other activity is better, in terms of relative truth, is a rearrangement of the patterning of circumstances, but it will not change the fundamental question: are you present with everything occurring as within the openness? Everything is the experience of the potential of the openness. Because if you experience something as happening to me and I don't like it, or I do like it, you're fucked. It's already gone. You're already into this split thing. Now I have to manage my situation, get more of the good, get less of the bad. So whenever you find yourself in that situation, relax into openness. Relax into openness. Don't try, don't make effort, because as he said in the first point, your face, your original nature is already here. If it was a construct, if it was made, it wouldn't last. Like the Buddha said, all compounded things are impermanent. So in general Buddhist teachings, they say there are only three things which are not made: the sky, the moment leading up to enlightenment, and enlightenment. Because if the moment leading up to enlightenment is constructed and enlightenment is constructed, it will be impermanent. It's not made by anything. What can be made, or rather unmade, is the dropping of the obscurations that hide you from yourself. These obscurations are your own thoughts. You have been relying on your thoughts to protect yourself. This is tricky, isn't it? What was my friend is now not exactly my enemy, but I've got to be a little bit more mistrustful. I can have a relationship of pragmatic engagement, that is to say, I can think and have emotions as required in a particular situation. Excuse me. But if I build my identity on the basis of this pattern of thoughts and feelings, this is not the real thing, is it? It's my construct, and it's there for a while. It's there for a while. And then it's gone. It was an illusion. The authentic, the unchanging, the intrinsic is emptiness itself, is ungraspability. It's not like anything else. So when you take up the 5 questions, and you look, and you look, and you look, and you feel like screaming, but you sit and you relax and you look again, and you really gain the clarity. You're not fabricating a clarity. You're not trying to align yourself with the correct answer to the quiz. It's not like that. It's like, I'm not getting it. I'm not seeing clearly because I keep falling into the thoughts. I keep coming to some kind of cognitive solution. I keep giving myself an account of how it is. But that's not the thing itself, because I want a naked, clear encounter. I want to open to the open. The mind is open like the sky, and I'm grasping at clouds and it's not the sky. Now, the cloud is not other than the sky, but when I grasp the cloud, I don't see the sky. Does that make sense? So when you're asking the questions and different thoughts and so on arise, hang loose, breathe out, and keep present. The thoughts will vanish. The thoughts will go. Any answer which arises, if it's true, it won't be a thought and it won't vanish, because it is you. You're aligning back into yourself. The Buddha is the great chiropractor. Oh, bloody hell, here we are. Everything's aligned. It's flowing through. It's uninterrupted flow. The interruption is when you get a problem. What's going on? We need to think about it. So that's what he's saying with these second two statements. Don't put yourself into question. Don't try to check it out. Is it okay? Because the evaluatory focus objectifies and reifies. Open, stay with what's occurring. Of course you will get lost again and again and again. And you go back to it, and you get lost, and you go back to it again and again. This is how it goes. This is our experience. But he says, stay with it. Don't do anything else. Don't seek for an antidote. Don't go to Mount Kailash. Don't go on a pilgrimage. Don't do some long retreat. What are you trying to do? You want to make it better? How come it's bad? What's the problem? The problem's not one to remove. The problem is you won't let go of the problem. You have to release the problem. When you release the problem, you don't have a problem. So you don't have to solve the problem, you just have to drop it. Drop it. So when you sit in meditation and you get distracted and you get caught up in what's occurring, don't blame the object. Don't blame the subject. Just relax. Subject formation arises and dissolves. Object formation arises and dissolves. And gradually, more space, more light, more spontaneity, and life gets easier. Okay, we have to go for our dinner.